Now I move to the second topic of this uh, title, that is digital economy. You all know that digital economy is an activity that interconnects people, business, devices, data and process through internet. Digitalization or digital economy is evolved beyond and just adopting digital technologies. As I have just now mentioned, there is a spectrum of these technologies: AI, ML, machine learning, blockchain, and other technologies and data analysis. They are transforming traditional business models and creating new business models and new industries, and also to some extent shaping the future of the society. Friends, sometime back we used to say that industrialize or perish. Industrialize or perish. A few decades ago, we used to use this slogan, industrialize or perish. But friends, today it is innovate or perish, or digitalize or perish. So if companies have to stay in business, they have to be continuously innovative and competitive. And the success of a digital economy depends upon how one can leverage the data for decision making, enhance customer experience, streamline process of production in optimization and automation, and continuous innovation of goods and services. And one should be agile. That means how fast you are and how quick you are in adopting the new technologies and changes. Now, the recent digital economy has led to emergence of large markets, network of services. And if you look at the statistics, we find that at the moment, 6% of the global GDP, technology is transferring, technology contributing, digital technology contributing 6% of the global GDP and providing employment to the extent of 5%. And major companies, you will be astonished to know that major companies in USA like Apple, Amazon, Facebook, Microsoft, all these are accounting for nearly 15% of GDP of the US economy. Now, coming to digital economy, what are the challenges and risks? This is very important. There is a great urgent need for environmentally sustainable and inclusive digital strategies. I repeat, environmentally sustainable strategies and digital strategies. The use of technology we know, but at the same time, it is to be properly taken care. For example, excessive use of these technologies in the long run, in years to come, this will have a bigger toll on water and energy. These are going to be two big problems which we'll have to manage globally. Friends, you all know 97% of the water on this planet is seawater, and 1.6 is only in glaciers, and the remaining is available for industrial use and for human consumption. So the World Development Report, somewhere I was going through, I found that uh, 2 billion people in this world at this point of time do not have safe drinking water. Perhaps I should also share with you that if you are using ChatGPT for 1 minute or 2 minutes, please remember nearly 100 liters of water is being consumed at the data centers for cooling these data centers. So this is the situation now. Hence, the global level, that's what in the beginning I said, it requires a collective action, a collaborative action. And products and services and devices will demand more energy. Production will demand energy, and also users also will demand energy. Therefore, there will be a need. Another point which I would like to mention is that in order to manufacture a 2 kg computer, 800 kg of raw material is being destroyed. So the question here is, should we destroy and grow or grow without destruction? So whenever we talk about sustainability, I feel that is growth without destruction. We are making big noises than rhetorics on sustainability. But when it comes to action, how many countries are really, practicing these sustainable practices? Anyway, addressing these type of problems require policy reforms, proper infrastructure to handle digital waste, then sustainable packaging, responsible consumption, and a time for new business models. And we should also think of alternatives. That is, we have to move to what is called circular economy. That means repair and reuse, recycle and reuse, and second-hand shopping. Friends, if all resources are exhausted, then it will be very difficult for humanity to survive on this planet. Therefore, whenever we are talking about the positive side of economy, growth, employment, efficiency, etc., we should also look to the negative aspect also. Now, coming to the third aspect of the topic, that is on impact of technology and governance. And digital governance, friends, you know, it is in this context. It is nothing but use of ICT to enable and transform delivering of public services. Now, the impact of this focuses on government's efficiency and providing services to the citizens and accountability of the government and government activities to be monitored. So the challenge of what you call the challenge of poverty and underemployment, which most of the underdeveloped countries face in terms of hunger, health issues, malnutrition, mortality, unemployment. To some extent, technology will be able to solve these five problems, provided they invest, as I said in the beginning, they invest in infrastructure, data, and skills. So thereby they can reduce what is called governance deficit. They reduce what is called governance deficit. And government should also develop integrated policy approach to shape an inclusive digital future that is fast and innovation growth and well-being. So that's now in this case, the OECD, Organization for Economic Development and Cooperation and Development, has suggested an integrated policy framework where it says there should be access to information, effective use of digital technology, digital and data-driven innovations, good jobs for all, and a prosperous digital society free from data fraud, cyber attacks, cyber frauds, and trust in digital information, very important, and openness in the business environment market. So this integrated policy will be able to address some of the problems of policy issues. Then there is another international organization, UNCTAD, United Nations Conference on Trade and Development. It suggests that for a good governance, the government and businesses have to harmonize reporting standards and data transparency and disclosures on social and environmental aspects. Secondly, it also encourages that there should be global policy on water and energy, global policy on water and energy use. And thirdly, every nation should bring strict laws for sustainable mining and production. So these are some of the suggestions given by UNCTAD for handling this situation. There are other challenges. That is, there must be robust cyber security and innovation in investment in training and upskilling, and bring strict regulations. Every nation should bring strict regulations and laws to prevent or punish unethical behavior and integrity issues. And there should be establishment of what you call independent oversight institutions, and bureaucratic governance should be reduced and cumbersome procedures should be removed. So this is how technology can advance and governance can be taken care. Now let us come to what India is doing now in this technology, economy, and its governance. Now, We are very fortunate, though we missed the industrial revolution, we are fortunate, we are at the forefront of the digital revolution, or what you call, in the beginning I said, cybernetic revolution. Now India is rapidly, digital transformation is taking place, and it is driven by AI adoption, 5G expansion, and robust startup ecosystem. We are at the forefront. As I said, we are in the third place in the world. In 2020, we had only 20,000 startups. By 2025, 90,000 startups are there now in India. Further, let me also tell you, in 2014, there were only 140 million people who are using internet. And today, 950 million people are using internet. That is the progress, how our country is making progress on this. Then the information technology, we thought initially it is only a supporting system. Dear friends, now it is no more supporting system. It is a backbone of our economy. And India is emerging as a global blueprint of technology. India is emerging as a global blueprint of technology. So many other countries in the world are looking at India for our progress in this technology, and they want to emulate. Slowly, digital technologies, as we see in India, slowly these technologies are moving towards tier 2 and tier 3 cities also. From, the main cities, they are also moving into internal part of these uh, countries. Then under the digital 4.0 revolution, which is automatic, which I call today, it is automated and being handled by AI resources. Now coming to the most important one, digital public infrastructure. India, we are at the forefront on this. See, for example, our Aadhaar card. I don't know how many countries in the world have this type of unique identity. And UPI, millions of transactions in a day are happening through UPI. And there is DigiLockers. So this is the advances which have, which are happening. And AI, with the expansion of AI, there is a fintech revolution is happening. E-commerce is revolutionized. IT sector totally, and all these things are taking place. And perhaps we must also be appreciate that nearly 1.8 crore people who are in the agriculture sector, they are digitally connected to agriculture marketing. So they can immediately know which market is good, where they can take the produce, etc. So this is the progress India is making. Now, if you look at what is we have to do now in years to come, number one, AI should be adopted in MSME, medium and small industries. So that is going to create, because you know that nearly 40% of the jobs come from MSME. Therefore, that is a highly, what you call, employment-oriented industry, and this should be encouraged. Secondly, 50% of already companies, bigger companies, are already using AI here. And another interesting point is India is already emerging as a global hub for data through data centers and acting as a crucial pillar to support AI. Next one is there is a digital and telecom infrastructure which is transforming India on IoT. And there is explosion of media and entertainment. You know that there is what is called online gaming, OTT, animation. All these things are happening. That is how we are progressing substantially. Now, coming to regulatory measures, a lot of regulatory measures have been introduced here, but I will touch upon only important one or two, which have been recently introduced from February 2026. The most important one is, as I was mentioning, on the social media, we are risking a lot. We do not know to what extent that information or the content which is there in the social media is real or it is fake. Now, if there is any unlawful information on the social media or disinformation on the social media, now they should withdraw it within 3 hours. Otherwise, there will be a severe, strict punishments for this. Secondly, another interesting point is that every company is supposed to adopt what is called data protection officers. They have to appoint new, a job which has come up now called data protection officers. And there is a fintech and banking rules are changing substantially, and many such things are changing. Now, what are the challenges now? Now, the first challenge is we have to move from data AI data users to AI architects. Secondly, from data privacy to data protection and artificial intelligence. And we should look for sovereignty of AI. So with these few words, I know that I am taking little more time, but I would like to conclude that let us rebuild our India with resilience, sustainable, inclusive India to achieve our goal of Viksit Bharat by 2047. Technology, friends, is like a knife. Whether you can cut the apple or it can cut the throat. So let us be more careful. Keeping this in mind, let us try to build an India, a strong India and a resilient India. Thank you very much for your patience, and sorry that I might have taken little more time. Thank you very much.
नमस्कार सर.
नमस्ते बिहारी सर.
नमस्ते मीना साहब. नमस्ते ऋषि साहब.
Namaste, साहब.
Namaste, namaste.
Sorry, Chairman, I have taken little more time.
Arre, sir, it's very good and a very good input to the participants. So it was very nice.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful and thought-provoking address. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our session experts and chairs, Professor Sanjay Biani. Our first session chair is Professor Sanjay Biani. Professor Biani is an eminent academician with over 33 years of experience in higher education and is currently serving as Dean and Professor in the Department of Business Management, Saurashtra University, Rajkot. A gold medalist in BCom and MCom, he has also served as the officiating Vice Chancellor of the university. He has completed major research projects funded by UGC, AICT, and ICSSR, and has published extensively in national and international journals. He has authored several books, guided numerous PhD scholars, and presented papers at international conferences. He serves as chief editor of an ABDC listed journal and has received several national awards for research excellence. His research areas include strategic management, corporate governance, capital market, and behavioral finance. Sir, we are honored to have you with us. Now I invite Professor Bhayani to address the participants.
Good morning to everybody. Respected Professor K. Irasi sir, keynote speaker of this session. Equally respected my good friend Professor Rajendra Prasad Meena, Central University of Haryana, organizers of this conference, dear participant. So today is the second day of this national conference that is organized on the title of Economic, Financial, Business Reforms in India, Policy, Digitization and Socio-Economic Perspective. So this is the technical session 3. And the main theme of this technical session is digital economy, technology and governance. In the keynote speech, Professor Irasi has highlighted the several important aspects of technology, use of artificial intelligence, use of financial technology, and what will be their impact over the Indian economy on employment, environment, and sustainability of that environment, how it will make positive impact, or what should we have to take care about of this use of technology. And rightly mentioned, it is a by knife, whether we use for a positive purpose or we can use it for a negative purpose. So up to some extent, technology definitely that will be very, very useful for any economy. But when we go for excessive use, and definitely one thing is very important, when we fully dependent on be a technology, then we cannot use our brains. Like simple example, earlier we will be able to make any addition subtraction with uh, without help of calculator. Nowadays we are not able to do any simple calculations with the help of without help of calculator. So same way now our technology moves towards the artificial intelligence. So definitely it can improve the productivity. It may also create a very new jobs also. There are the some, I can say, argument is going on whether it will be increase the job or decrease the job. That will show when times comes. But definitely now each and every discipline has to move towards the technology. Now when we are talking about of the commerce and management, now commerce and management cannot develop or work without the integration of technology in their curricula. So now suppose we talk about of the finance accounting field, so then fintech, and even nowadays many analytical field has been developed in the area of commerce as well as management. So our curricula should align with this technological component. So now uh, uh, as per the national education policy also, multidisciplinary study is important. So towards that we have to start our movement, and we have to integrate technology. Even when there are when we are seeing the mindset of the students, they are not even up to 50% students are not very happy with this use of this technology. They don't want to be more active learners in the technology, but they are thinking this is not our part. But nowadays without that it is not possible. So we have to think in that direction, and then that will be definitely commerce management education can contribute many things. So with this opening remarks, I would like to thanks to organizer for giving me an opportunity and wish you all the best. For the presenter, I think there are 19 papers in this session, and wide range of this title of the papers I have gone through. So that will give more insight about of this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your enriching address. Now, I would like to invite Professor Rajendra Prasad, our second session chair. Professor Meena is a professor and former head of the Department of Commerce at the Central University of Haryana, with distinguished academic and administrative experience in higher education. He has taught at reputed institutions including Central University of Haryana, Jai Narayan Vyas University, Jodhpur, and Government College, Ajmer. He has supervised several PhD scholars, published numerous research papers and books, and actively participated in national and international academic programs. He is a life member of several professional bodies, including the Indian Accounting Association and Indian Commerce Association. His research interests include banking and finance, technology in banking, FDI, women entrepreneurship, behavioral finance, and mergers and acquisition. Sir, we are delighted to have you with us. Now I invite Professor Meena to share his insights.
Thank you, Dr. Sweta. Thank you, Dr. Sweta. Thanks to Professor T.N. Mathur, sir, and keynote speaker of the session, Professor K. Iresi, sir, session chair, Professor Sanjay Bihani, sir. Already, or my seniors, Professor K. Iresi and Professor Sanjay Bihani, set the tone for the sessions, and regarding the how to digital economy, technology, and or governance will helpful for future generation and our economy. We presently organized Government of India a global AI summit on AI. So our global economy and global leaders are looking forward for India's perspectives, India's leadership for adopting how we will manners in the AI. And this session, I think, will be very thoughtful and for insightful for the participants. to learnings regarding the digital economy, technology, and governance, because government are working on minimum government and maximum governance. So we should working on this area. I think the participants will present very well in the session. This session will be helpful for students or research scholars and academia, and also industrial person in the field of the digital economy and technology and governance. Thank you, Governor, giving the opportunity for sharing my views. Thank you very much, Dr. Ankita Chaturvedi. Also, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your insights. Now, I want to invite the paper presenters to start their presentations.
Yes.
Paper ID S2001. Are you there? S2001. Anil Kumar, Suraj ES, and Dr. BVSS Subbarao. Are you ready?
Paper number 17.
Paper number S2001. Anil Kumar. I think is not here. So the second paper, Tina Bajaj, S3021.
Yes, ma'am.
Please share your screen and start your presentation. Just wind up your presentation in 3 to 4 minutes, not more than that.
Sure, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Good. Good morning, respected dignitaries, learned panel members, and fellow researchers. I'm Tina Bajaj, and I feel honored to present my research paper. Over the past few years, millions of new investors have entered financial markets not through advisors, but through apps. But here's the concern that many of them lack financial awareness, yet expect high gains. This gap between the awareness and the expectations is what the study aims to explore. So, the title of my study is Investment Behavior of Beginner Investors in the Digital Era, a study of awareness, asset allocation, and return expectation. This is the presentation outline. Introduction part. There has been a rapid growth of digital financial platforms, and this way the transformation in the investment landscape has been done. And the beginner investors are increasingly participating owing to the ease of access and low entry barriers. And the decisions are influenced by online platforms, social media, and real-time information. Financial awareness is playing a crucial role in making informed decisions regarding investments, and asset allocation behavior determines the portfolio diversification risk management. To just mention that the beginner investors are those people who are investing for the first time or new to the financial markets. Okay. The problem statement over here is that there is a gap between the digital access and financial awareness, and this is leading to irrational investment behavior among the beginner investors. This is a brief review of the literature, and to compile a little bit, I've covered in this 2-3 lines. So this is indicating the extensive literature review is indicating that the investment decisions are shaped by financial awareness, digital platforms, and behavioral biases, with beginner investors often exhibiting irrational choices and unrealistic expectation. This is the conceptual model for the same, and that the awareness, that is financial or investment awareness, and this is having an impact on the asset allocation and the return expectations, which is guiding the investment behavior. And this is moderated by the variable digital era that we are operating in the digital world with the digital apps and social media. So this is affecting the overall investment decisions of the individual investors. The objectives that I've chosen is to assess the level of financial awareness among the beginner investors, to analyze asset allocation patterns in the digital era, to examine the return expectations of the novice investors or the beginner investors, and to identify the factors influencing the investment behavior. The hypothesis I've chosen is a simple one, which is, investment awareness has no significant impact on the asset allocation and the return expectation. And investment awareness has a significant impact on the asset allocation return expectation. The research design is descriptive and analytical, and non-probability convenience sampling is used. Data collection has been through a structured questionnaire, and a 5-point Likert scale has been employed for the same. So
Okay, kindly
the
complete your
independent,
paper within a time given. Okay, please
yes,
go to your
yes. The variables are financial awareness, dependent asset allocation, and moderating of digital influence. Tools used are descriptive statistics, correlation, and regression. So descriptive statistics, the data is over here. So low standard deviation in financial awareness and high variability in behavioral variables suggest that knowledge levels are consistent. Decision-making behavior varies owing to the external influences. Moving on to the correlation matrix, it is showed that financial awareness is strongly linked with the investment behavior. Asset allocation and return expectations are moderately related. Digital influence play a supporting but an important role, and all the relationships are positive and meaningful. The other tool that is used is multiple regression analysis, and this interprets that financial awareness significantly improves the asset allocation decision, and digital influence also contributes positively. So 46% variation is explained, so which explains that it is a good model fit. And as far as the return expectations are concerned, financial awareness shape realistic return expectations, and digital influence affects expectation, but less strongly. So model explains a moderate variation in this in as far as return expectation is concerned. Also, SEM analysis has been used, which is demonstrated that reliability and validity. All the factor loadings are high, which indicates that the strong questions have been used. CR is high, indicating reliable data, and AB is above 0.5, which is a valid measurement. SEM analysis, as far as the structural model results are concerned, all the relationships are positive and statistically significant, meaning all variables meaningfully influence the investment behavior. And financial awareness significantly drives investment behavior and digital goals, further strengthening the relationship by enhancing the decision making. Financial awareness strongly influences both asset allocation return expectations, and digital influence affect behavior and also moderates relationship. So this model confirmed that the investment behavior is a combination of knowledge and digital exposure. These are all the results, which I've already mentioned while, interpreting. But overall, investors are aware, but their behavior is not fully consistent as per the questionnaire review. Correlation, all the correlations are
Go to
positive.
your conclusion, please, madam. Go to your conclusion.
Yes, sir. Final hypothesis: financial awareness has no impact on the investment behavior. This is rejected, and financial awareness significantly impacts the investment behavior. This is accepted. So, beginner investors possess a reasonable level of financial awareness, which lays the foundation of the investment decisions. And financial awareness emerges as the most significant factor, indicating balance with not a mature investment model. Digital influence also plays a dual role by directly supporting investment decisions and also moderates the relationship by strengthening the impact of financial awareness behavior. So the results from correlation, regression, and SEM consistently confirm that investment behavior is shaped by a combination of financial awareness and external digital exposure. So this is a future score that sample sizes could be enhanced and different investor groups can be targeted.
It's okay,
And
Tina
also,
ma'am. Your time is over.
yes, sir.
Right? Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
So thank you for your nice presentation on the topic of
Ji, sir.
investment behavior. Okay, thank
Ji,
you.
sir.
Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay. Next is S3002, paper ID S3002. Vibhusha Verma. Next paper ID S3003, Renupal Dalbir Singh Kaushik. Next S3004, Gagan Gulati.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, you can start your presentation.
Yes, Gagan, you can conclude your presentation within 3 to 4 minutes. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
My PPT is. Is my PPT visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. The role of artificial intelligence in green hotels, a conceptual review. So I'm Gagan Gulati, a research scholar at Manipal University. So basically, what is the role of the artificial intelligence in the green hotels? So we see today, the hospitality sector is encountering a significant change because of the rise in technology. There are a number of technologies like chatbot, check-in and checkout search, smart rooms, etc. have been used by the hotels. Zubair T. Khan, SMFA 2025. If we look forward, what are various technological, what are the roles that has been played? So the AI is used for concierge service, real-time assistance, guest, handle queries, personalized recommendations, booking requests, etc. Then there is mobile applications, prevent equipment failure, etc. Then comes your blockchain technology, then which helps providing the real-time information related to the hotel facilities. For example, the customer sitting at home see the entire hotels, dining options via mobile devices, virtual tour of the hotel, etc. Then we have big data and predictive analytics, which helps in making hotel experiences, inventory management, etc. Moving forward, so let's come up with a literature review. So the aim of this research is to examine the role of robotics on the operational excellence and the happiness in the hotel industry. So here they talked about that robots can be to the repetitive tasks, and where the work is too much humanistic that we require the human touch. So there should be human must be available for those tasks, and those tasks which are very much repetitive in nature, that work should be given to the robots as per Anand E. Kumar 2026. Then we have what is the role of the smart technologies? It explains how artificial intelligence, IoT, big data analysis help the operational efficiency. So all these technology impact the operational efficiency of the hotel, which directly impacts the environmental sustainability. So for example, water wastages, smart sensors, which see when the light should be on and off. Then you have water sensors, pipes, etc. So this will help in making environmental sustainable. So this was as per Bishte and Bhatt. Then we have highlight the integration of digital technology or technological system in hotel as an important element of sustainability. So the findings state that smart hotels help in providing more effective tourism place. So if you want to retain the tourism, as we know that tourism sector is the one which utilizes most of the resources, whether it is electrical resources in terms of the power, whether it is food resources, whether it is water resources. So tourism sector utilize a good amount of such resources. So it becomes very, very important and essential that the tourism sector must adopt the sustainability and how AI and the other technology impact those sustainability. So tourism utilizing these technological innovations, this will also help in building the better relationship with their guests. So as per Casillas B and Ferreira L 2023. Then the next is as per D. O'Connor and Pilium. So they have also used the literature review, and they have worked about the customer centricity, that how much importance a hotel is giving to understand the needs of the customer. Everything that the hotel is performing should be as per the needs of the customer. So whether the proper asset strategy allocation, personalization, operation agility should be looking from the point of view of customer centricity. The next is to the next paper aim is to study and inspect the impact of technological innovations on the operational efficiency and guest experiences. So it also highlighted the various challenges and opportunities implementing these. So whenever we are going to implement the various technology, the various challenges that they find out, see, for a large hotel, they have enough of capital. But when it comes to a mid-size hotel, or when it comes to a normal traditional hotel or small hotels, it becomes really difficult for them to implement the latest technology. How the small hotels are going to, invest lot of money on such technology. So my paper also tried to find out that what are the various technologies which can be adopted by the small, or what are the important technologies which should be imbibed by the small hotels, so that they can also help in the sustainability. Okay, so the outcome of the study states that the hotel operation is streamlined by AI and data analytics. Moving further, again, the focus is on the hospitality sector, which is driven by the blockchain, AI, and IoT. So even the COVID-19, that the impact of the COVID has also pressurized on moving towards the contact-led services. Then the next paper is as per law REA chain CC 202. So their aim is to build a framework which help tech-driven hospitality and research-related tourism. So the outcome state that the more research should be done from the customer point of view. That means the researches, if we see the previous researches, they have highlighted that most of the research has been done from the customer point of view in comparison to the supplier's point of view or the policymaker points of view. So the future research should focus from the different stakeholders point of view. If we see the latest researches, they are mostly from the customer point of view. So we have to change our focus from customer to the other perspective, other stakeholders also. Then the next is the purpose of this study is to explore how green physical environment contributes to sustainable hospitality practices and boost satisfaction and loyalty. So again, it also examined whether how sustainability impact the hospitality practice. So they take the mediating relationship between green physical environment and customer outcomes. So in addition to above, this study also investigate how using AI chatbots impact these direct and indirect effects. Okay, so we will come to the findings later. So the main objective of this study is to examine the role of artificial intelligence in enhancing eco-friendly practices in the hospitality industry, to analyze the prospects for green hotels adopting AI technologies, and to explore the directions for future research and sustainability. So for research, we have used the secondary data to identify all these to identify what will be the various outcomes with respect to the objective. So as per the Anand E. Kumar, so location was 5-star hotels in India. So what they talk about? They talk about repetitive tasks should be assigned to the AI. Okay, and what are the directions for the future research? They said the study was limited to the India only. That this can be expanded to the other developing nations also. Okay, then comes to Bisht A and Bhatt. So this study was based on the peer-reviewed literature that was
Conclude your paper.
analyzed through.
Conclude.
Okay, so basically, sir, we can say that we have to use the digital technology, but digital technology come up with a lot of risk, also lot of investment risk with respect to the ethical concerns. For example, when we use a lot of technology, there are privacy concerns, there are data concerns also that needs to be addressed very well. So if any company is utilizing, here the company means the hotels, if the hotels are utilizing such technology, so they have to make sure that they should respect the customer privacy, they should respect the data, they should not share the data, and they should utilize the data in a well in a very practical manner, but not in a very illegal or unethical manner. Further, the practices, the AI practices should be very much guest centric practices. So you should find out that which are more term guest centric practices. Further, it also talk about very long term empirical studies are missing with respect to AI. So most of the studies are related to short term. So long term empirical studies.
Gagan, you
are
conclude.
missing.
You take more time.
Yes, sir.
Yes, you conclude just only 30 seconds.
Okay, sir. So basically, I conclude by myself. So what they're trying to say that we should use AI and chatbot, but there are the capital issues also there. So the small hotels can use those technologies which are very much required by the customers, so that it can provide sustainability to it can help in sustainability, whereas the medium and the large hotels can apply most of the techniques, but they should apply those techniques in the ethical manner.
Okay, okay. Your next participants. S308. Paper ID is S3008.
I think yes, sir. I think yes. Why? Hello. What is the paper ID?
Yes, Asma, your voice is not. Asma, you are not audible.
S300. And Pavitra, please start your presentation. Sana, start your presentation. You are not audible, Sana.
I think she is not able to make the presentation. So ask next.
Yes. Next is S3009, Utkal and Anshula Kushwa.
Hello.
Yes, Anshula.
Yes, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
May I start the presentation?
Yes,
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 yes.
of course, you can.
Yeah. Is this visible, sir? Presentation
No. Yes.
now?
Yes,
Okay.
now
Okay.
visible.
Okay, sir. The topic of my presentation is role of e-governance and digital public infrastructure to achieve socio-economic development. If we're talking about the e-governance and digital public infrastructure, it is mainly used by the government or the different departments of the government to improve the efficiency, transparency, and accessibility of public services through digital technologies. E-governance enables faster service delivery and reduces corruption and enhances citizen participation in governance. Mainly infrastructure used for the digital identity, payment systems, and data platforms that supports the growth and expanding the access to financial services like education, financial services, healthcare, and welfare schemes. And if we talk about the objective of the research, the first objective is to examine the impact of digital governance systems on strengthening the public administration. The second objective is to assess the impact of digital public infrastructure on financial inclusion and economic development. The third is to identify key socio-economic benefits of digital governance efforts. And the fourth is examine the problems of implementing digital governance systems. If we're talking about the e-governance and digital public infrastructure, mainly e-governance refers to the use of digital tools and systems to deliver government services efficiently and transparently. Now, the digital public infrastructures includes foundational digital platforms like broadband, digital payment systems, and data centers that support various services. These components are essential for fostering inclusive socio-economic development in the modern era. As we know, the significance of e-governance in socio-economic development, mainly e-governance enhances transparency, reduces corruption, and improves public trust in government institutions. It streamlines service delivery, making government processes faster and more accessible to citizens. By promoting citizen engagement, e-governance ensures that policies are more responsive to public needs. And now we talk about the role of digital public infrastructure in economic growth. Reliable digital infrastructures underpins digital innovation, entrepreneurship, and new business models. It bridges urban-rural divides by providing equitable access to information and services. Investment in digital infrastructures create jobs and stimulates economic activities across the different sectors. Successful e-governance initiatives. If we're talking about the initiatives taken by the Indian government to increase the access of digital services to the different rural and urban areas, India's Digital India campaign. As we all know about the Digital India campaign launched by the Indian government to reach the different areas of the India, cover different type of people. Like Digital India campaign has improved access to government services and financial inclusion with the help of the internet and different digital tools. It shows how strategic implementation of digital tools can accelerate development goals. Challenges in implementing in e-governance and digital infrastructure. If we talk about the challenges, we are here limited digital literacy. The first and the main challenge in the implementing the e-governance and digital infrastructure is the digital literacy of the people in the India. And infrastructural gaps hinder the effective adoption of digital services. Data security and privacy concerns are also there that risk the user's trust and system integrity. Institutional resistance also there, and lack of political will can delay or obstruct digital transformation efforts. If we talk about the strategies for maximizing impact on socio-economic
Now 1 minute.
development.
Now 1 minute for completion.
Yes, sir. Just a minute. Yes, sir. Building robust digital infrastructure and enhancing digital literacy are fundamental steps. Formulating inclusive policies that prioritize marginalized communities ensures equitable benefits. Fostering public-private partnerships can accelerate innovation and expand digital service reach. So if we come to the key findings of the study, e-governance greatly enhanced service delivery and administrative effectiveness. Digital public infrastructure encourage economic engagement and financial inclusion. Digital governance methods lessen corruption and increase transparency. Digital platforms encourage digital enterprise and innovation. Cybersecurity risk and the digital divide continue to be significant issues. If conclusion and future outlook. If we talk about the conclusion and future outlook, the first one is the public administration and economic growth have changed as a result of the incorporation of digital technologies into governance institutions. Digital public infrastructure and e-governance have become effective instruments for boosting financial inclusion, increasing transparency, and improving service delivery. And the second point, the digital public infrastructure will be crucial in determining how government and economic growth develop in the ensuing decades or the coming decades. Thank you, sir. Any questions?
No sect. Next.
Okay, thank you,
Next,
sir.
S3008. S3008. Sahana S. Pavitra R. Yes, start your presentation.
Can you hear me, ma'am? Hello?
Yes, you can start.
Yes, start.
Okay. This is my title.
3
Fintech and
minutes for
Financial
you. 3
Inclusion
minutes for you.
Transforming. Okay, ma'am. Digital banking in India. Next slide. Introduction. A fintech means using the technology to provide a financial services. It makes banking faster, easier, and more accessible to the people. Importance of fintech. A fintech helps to reach the bank people. Digital payments like UPI make transactions quick and convenient. It also supports the economic growth. Next slide. Concepts of fintech. A fintech uses a digital tools for financial services. It also reduces the cost and geographical barriers and improves the access for banking sector. Objectives and keywords. Our study focuses on fintech role, inclusion, UPI impact, digital wallet usage, and adoption challenges. Next slide.
You are not audible, Sahana.
1 minute, ma'am. Literature review. These are the literature review. Next. Methodology and demographic profile. We collected data from 122 respondents using a primary data questionnaire, and we analyzed secondary data from our article and research sources and analyzed it using a percentage and Likert scale in SPSS. Next. Fintech usage. Digital payments are the most used services, and users prefer a simple and convenient options like GPay, PhonePe, etc. Next. Research gap. There is a limited focus on user perception, trust, and digital literacy in existing studies, as the customers may feel it is unsafe for them. Next. Major findings. Fintech improves inclusion and digital usage, but security issues, low literacy, and internet access are the major challenges faced by the customers. Next. To conclude, a fintech has transformed banking in India but needs better awareness, infrastructure, and techniques to improve them and must make the customers trust in them. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, any questions?
No.
Next, S3011. Aishwarya Gupta, Sunita Keswani.
Yes, ma'am, here. Ma'am, my screen is visible.
Yes.
It's visible.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Smita Kiswani, research scholar from Sangam University, Bhilwara. I am pursuing my PhD under supervision of Dr. Mukesh Sharma, Deputy Dean in Corporate and Management Department, Sangam University. My co-author is Aishwarya Gupta. So today we are presenting a research paper on the topic of role of fintech innovations in expanding financial access in emerging economics. It is abstract and it is table of content. So basically, sir, this study is financial inclusion continuously to be one of the most pressing challenges in emerging economics. A large segment of the population still remains unbanked. So due to the limitations of traditional financial systems, such as high operational cost, lack of infrastructure, and geographical barriers. So this contrast between financial exclusion and technological advancement motivated this study. While countries like India have demonstrated rapid fintech growth, but its neighboring countries like Myanmar and Afghanistan still facing the severe structural and institutional challenges, limiting the scalability and impact of fintech innovations. So this makes it important to examine the role of fintech in different economic contexts. So my study is significant basically on several reasons. Number one, financial inclusion is directly linked to economic development, poverty reduction, and social equity. Number two, fintech reduces transactions cost and increases accessibility, especially for undeserved population. So, and third, global data shows the financial account ownership has increased significantly from 51% in 2011 to around 76% in 2021. So largely driven by digital financial services. My objective of my studies to analyze the role of fintech in promoting financial inclusion in emerging economics, to examine the impact of digital financial services on economic growth, to evaluate the relationship between fintech adoption and financial access indicators, to identify key challenges affecting fintech implementations, and to suggest policy recommendation for enhancing fintech effectiveness. These are review of literatures which we have done. Research methodology, secondary data we will just collect without different sources, including academic journals, World Bank and IMF reports, financial inclusion database, institutional publications. The type of research will be descriptive and quantitative research design will be there. This is discussion part. So moreover, fintech contributes to economic growth by enhancing efficiency and supporting entrepreneurship. So challenges such as digital divide, financial literacy, cyber security risk, and regularity issues still persist is there. So my study aims to analyze the role of fintech in promoting financial inclusion, examine its impact on economic growth, and identify key challenges and policy implications. This is the table, evidence table, which we have done innovation in Myanmar, because Myanmar is still very backward in fintech innovations. High impact population is there. 70 and 74% of population remains unbanked. Indicates low financial inclusion and limited fintech reach. Low banking penetration, only 20 to 25% of adults have bank accounts, and it weak traditional banking system with there. Cash dominated economy is there. Cash remains the dominated payment method is there. Digital payments adoption is still limited. Market concentration. One provider controls 80% of the market. Low competition reduce innovations. Limited fintech diversity. Fintech mainly consists of mobile wallets. Lack of advanced fintech services. Low financial product uses, only 6% of adults use multiple financial products. And that will be low financial ecosystem is there. Infrastructure constraints, financial services remains inefficient and difficult to access. Difficult to and limited scalability of fintech is there. Agent-based model dominance and political Instability impact is there. So this is the table to identify conceptual framework and impact of fintech.
Conclude your paper in within 1 minute. Okay? You taking more time. Yes.
Yes, sir. Definitely.
You can come on your findings and conclusion.
Yes, sir. So there are so many countries like Myanmar. Na, so while countries like India have demonstrated rapid fintech growth, neighboring economics such as Myanmar and Afghanistan still face several structural problems are there. So that clearly shows that technology alone is not sufficient. Supportive institution and policies are equally important. Are there? These are the challenges. Digital divide is there. Financial literacy, cyber security risk, regularity issues are there. Policy implications to maximize fintech impact, the following measures are recommended: strengthening digital infrastructure, promoting financial literacy, enhancing cybersecurity, supportive regulations. Conclusion. So my study concludes, sir, key transformative force in expanding financial access are driving economic growth in emerging economics. It has reduced barriers to financial services, improved efficiency, and supported entrepreneurship. Its success depends not only the technology, but also on strong infrastructure, financial literacy, cybersecurity, and regulatory support. So fintech should be seen not just as innovation, but as a powerful tool for inclusive development. With the right ecosystem in the place, it has the potential to create a more inclusive, so sustainable and digitally empowered financial future. Thank you, sir.
Bhayani sir, Rajendra sir, any questions from your side?
No, ma'am. You can invite next participants.
Next is S3012, Dr. Anil Pillai. All the participants are requested to keep their presentation short and just specify your objectives, methodology, findings, and conclusion. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Sir.
Good morning, sir.
Hello.
Shall I present? I am the first speaker, S300.
Sir. Not sure.
S3012. Yes?
Okay, I'm the
Good morning,
first
sir.
one, S3002.
Abhusha, now you have to wait. You have to wait.
Okay, sure, ma'am.
Let me share the screen.
S3012. This paper ID is. Yes, Anil Pillai, sir.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes. Your ID is 3012?
Right.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay,
Right,
okay.
sir.
You can start, sir.
Can you hear me, sir?
Let's start, sir.
Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning to all. I'm Anil Pillai, Assistant Professor of Dr. Ambedkar Global Law Institute, Tirupati. My subject today is Vikasit Bharat at 2047, a social science perspective on universities' contribution to skill development and institutional funding. The objectives of my study examine the role of universities in the achievement of Vikasit Bharat 2047, analyze skill development and employability, explore institutional funding mechanisms, and understand universities as social transformation agents. The methodology used is qualitative, descriptive, analytical research, social science perspective aligned with Vikasit Bharat 2047, and secondary data from NEP 2020. Niti Aayog, World Bank, UNESCO. Thematic and content analysis of policies and literature. Focus areas are skill development, institutional funding and governance. Analytical dimensions include equity, empowerment, and social justice. Social justice. Social outcome, universities as transformation agents for national development. The major findings are universities act as catalysts of social change. Skill development is central to employability. Need for curriculum reform and industry linkage. Importance of entrepreneurship and innovation hubs. Future jobs, as per World Economic Forum, 85% require new skills, new age skills by 2030. Then only we can achieve the vision Vikasit Bharat 2030. Continuing the major findings, institutional funding is critical for growth. Funding. Multiple funding sources like government agencies as a primary source, industry collaborations, international grants, internal universities funds. And next one is governance and transparency to ensure the efficiency, social inclusion and equity are essential. Coming back to the implications, universities' vision and mission must align with the national goals. Then only we can achieve the national goal Vikasit Bharat 2030. Then strengthen skill-based education system. We have to strengthen the skill-based education system rather than giving the degrees. Then adopt innovative funding models. Then only we can do all this. Promote inclusive and sustainable development. Universities are the key drivers of Vikasit Bharat 2047. University leaders are encouraged to organize national seminars on universities' transformation strategy and employability. It's very important to support the realization of Vikasit Bharat. And finally, universities must shift from teaching subjects to delivering job-ready skills through continuous industry integration. That's my closing points. Thanks.
Thank you, Anil, sir.
Yes, sir. I made very brief as per your instruction of the titles, so that
Necessary to concise is within the time. Thank you very much. Next
Thank you,
participants.
Next, S3002, Vibhusha Verma. Vibhusha, are you here?
Yes, Mama, I'm presenting.
Okay, present.
Sure. It is presenting.
It's visible.
Okay. So good morning, I am Vibhusha. Today I will be presenting the research title across dissection or descriptive study of the discomfort with technology. So this is my second slide. Just a second. Okay, so slide number 2, the slide basically highlights the role of AI-driven personalization in enhancing the user experience through the tailored solutions. However, despite its benefits, factors like technology or discomfort, lack of basically familiarity, and privacy concerns create the barrier to adoptions, right? Now moving on to the slide number 3, basically my research gap. Basically, most of the research focuses on AI benefits and ethics, but overlooks a key human factor, user discomfort. For instance, if even a Zomato recommends the perfect meal, a confused or hesitant user may still ignore it. So that's the basically gap my study addresses, because even the smartest AI fails if the users don't feel comfortable using it. Now, moving on to the 4th slide, this is the objective and hypothesis. So in this study, my primary objective is to basically examine whether the discomfort with technology actually influences how easy users perceive the AI-driven platforms to be. So to basically test this, I formulated two hypotheses, one assuming no impact and the other expecting a significant effect, which I validate using the statistical analysis at a 5% significance level. So ultimately, this helps me to determine whether the user psychology truly shapes technology adoption. Because in the end, it's not just how smart the technology is; it's about how comfortable the user feels it. Now, moving on to the slide number 5. This is my conceptual framework. This slide basically defines key concepts of my study. The discomfort with technology includes factors like technophobia, or the person is not tech savvy, lack of trust or the privacy concerns, and the perceived complexity of AI systems. On the other hand, perceived ease of ease of use refers to how simple and effortless users find interacting with AI driven platforms. For example, if a user feels that an app is too complex or unsafe, they automatically perceive it as a difficult to use, even if it's actually well designed. So here it's not just the technology, but the user's perception that decides its success. Now, when I move to the slide number 6, it is my resource design and framework. We adopted a combined exploratory and descriptive approach, first to understand new patterns. So sampling strategy is basically like, in this, we use a snowball sampling, targeting users who actively engage the AI-driven personalization. Now, if I talk about the measurement, all the responses were captured using the 5-point Likert scale. Discomfort with technology, perceived ease of use, validity and reliability. If I come to that, we ensure the data quality through the Cronbach Alpha KMO and item analysis. All the meetings are acceptable thresholds. Now, if I move to the slide number 7, that's the statistical model and framework. If we use a simple regression model where we predict
Please go to your conclusion. Please go to your conclusion.
Sure, sir. Okay, sir. If I talk about slide number 10, this is my recommendation. If I talk about the summary and the findings, okay, so strongest negative link, more the discomfort, less ease of use. Discomfort predicts user experience decline. Theoretically, insight confers the TAM model. TAM is basically the technology acceptance model, right? Makes simple AI to feel complex, right? Strategy implications, hidden barrier to AI adoptions, lower users equal to lower ROI, right? One line takeaway, like you can say that if users feel uncomfortable, AI fails, no matter how advanced it is. And now, if I talk about the limitations, these are my limitations and the future scope. So I would talk about the future scope first. And on the strong note, next step, stronger methods, longitudinal and experimental studies. Go deeper with the new variables like trust, privacy, and digital literacy. Expand globally, test across the countries and industries. So basically, at last, I would conclude that AI-driven personalization offers strong potential, but user discomfort remains the critical barrier. As discomfort increases, perceived ease of use and the adoption declines significantly. Therefore, the success lies not just in building the smarter systems, but in designing the AI that is simple, transparent, and user centric, treating discomfort as a key design and challenge to overcome. Thank you, sir. That's it.
Okay, very good presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
So shall we move to the next presentation?
Yes, yes.
Yes, next is paper ID S30 Darshini N.
Hi, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, please share your presentation and start your presentation and be precise, complete it within 3 to 4 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Can you able to see my screen?
It's visible now.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Good morning to one and all secretaries. And my topic I'm going to present about impact of financial literacy in investment decision. In the fast-growing economy, investing for the future benefit has become an important essential part of every individual's life. Instead of saving money in piggy banks or the cupboards without any addition of value over years, people started investing in different fields like stocks, mutual funds, etc. for their addition of value in the money. The growth of the digital economy offers more opportunities to invest in online platforms with transparent features. As a result, the number of investors has increased for more than 3.6 times over past 5 years. Before investing in any field, people must have right knowledge about the investment field for making wise decisions. Objectives of my study is to determine the factors influencing the impact of investment, to find out the relationship between the financial literacy, risk tolerance, decision making, and general awareness of the people and its impact on investment. And the last is to examine how frequently people make their investment and in which field they invest more. This study is based on the 5 scale literate survey method, and the questionnaire contains 5 components of general awareness, financial literacy, risk tolerance, decision making, and impact on investment. In this, impact on investment will be the dependent variable. Regression, ANOVA, t-test, and pie chart are the statistical tools used in this study. And the analysis of factors influencing the investment, general awareness holds the highest mean as just because it contains only the general questions of the people possess in relation to the investment. And demographic profile of 115 sample respondents has been collected with the 5 different headings of gender, age group, qualification, occupations, and family monthly income. Multiple regression shows a subsequent relationship between the 4 factors and the impact on investment. All the factors impact positively to the investment except financial literacy, which shows us that the people make investment even without financial knowledge. ANOVA and t-test has been computed to find the relationship between all the demographic profile with the investment. All the factors are significantly different from the investment, which shows us that people make investment irrespective of their gender, age, qualification, and occupation. With the pie chart, we can able to see that most of the people invest monthly. Over 61% of the respondents invest in gold, and they prefer both short-term and long-term investment. Conclusion of my study is the study finds that people invest in various areas such as stocks, mutual funds, fixed deposits, gold, real estate, etc. so that as they feel it is less risky. Irrespective of the age, group, qualifications, occupations, and gender. People make investment even without the financial knowledge. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
A very good paper presentation and good content. All the best. Next.
Next, paper ID S2001 Anil Kumar ji.
Hello, sir. Hello. Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir, audible.
Sir, you are audible.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, ma'am.
Paper ID number?
I'll be sharing now.
Yes.
Sir, S2001.
Sharing.
एक्सेल शीट में तो नहीं है मैडम ये
सर पीछे है सर, ये सीरियल नंबर से 17 है.
17.
अच्छा, okay, S001.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes, S2001. Okay.
Yes. Okay, you can continue. Please start your presentation.
Okay, sir.
4 minutes maximum.
Yes.
Anil sir, please share your presentation.
I am opening it. Yes. Is it visible?
Not visible. Sir, shall I share it for you?
Yes. My topic is reimagining stock valuation, a dual dimension framework combining firm fundamentals and macroeconomic forces in Indian equity markets. May I start?
Yes, sir, you can start.
Yes. And the role and growth of Indian stock market is very important in economic development by mobilizing savings. India's stock market has evolved significantly due to the liberalization, privatization, globalization, and investor participation. And stock valuation is essential for investment and corporate decision making, which is based on accounting measures and macroeconomic factors. In emerging economies like India, there is need for an integrated valuation approach which uses both firm level accounting as well as macroeconomic factors. There are three objects for my research. One is to examine the influence of macroeconomic indicators as well as accounting variables on stock prices in Indian stock market. To assess the relative explanatory power of macroeconomic factors and accounting measures in explaining the stock price variations across banking, IT, and FMCG. To develop and validate integrated stock valuation framework, incorporating both firm level accounting data and macroeconomic factors to enhance price prediction accuracy. And the research design uses quantitative empirical research approach employing secondary data, focusing on three sectors: banking, IT, and FMCG, enabling sector-wise assessments and dynamic assessments of stock valuation determinants. Data was collected from National Stock Exchange, Bombay Stock Exchange, Corporate Annual Reports, CMIE, Money Control, Yahoo Finance. Regarding accounting variables and stock prices. Regarding macroeconomic variables, RBI, Ministry of Statistics, International Monetary Fund, and World Bank information has been collected. And an empirical predictive power across 10 market variables, which are accounting as well as macroeconomic, are as follows: EPS, ROA, PB ratio, FII, interest rate, net profit ratio, dividend per share, GDP growth, dividend payout rate ratio, FDI, net profit ratio, dividend per share, GDP, dividend payout, FDI, and cross-examining drivers, the company fundamentals versus systematic indicators. And in this high predictive variables are EPS, ROA, and PB ratio. In the case of company fundamentals, and in the case of macroeconomic variables, FII and interest rate are very high predictive. In the case of company fundamentals, net profit ratio, DPS are moderative, while macroeconomic GDP is moderative, and dividend payout ratio and FDI are low predictive ratios. Three sectors are compared: banking, IT, and FMCG, and this shows that EPS is high for banking, information technology, and FMCG, and leverage, that is debt equity ratio, is high for banking and low for FMCG and IT. Price to book value is medium for banking and high for IT and medium for FMCG. GDP growth is high for banking, FMCG it is high, IT is medium. Interest rate is high for banking, low for IT and FMCG. Exchange rate is low for banking, high for IT, low for FMCG. In the case of inflation, medium for banking, low for IT, high for FMCG. And coming to the next slide, this solution is integrated valuation framework. Not only accounting variables, but also macro variables should be connected using an integrated valuation model using principal component analysis. Empirical proof predictive is when they are standing alone, it is having only very less, while it is integrated, it is 15 to 20%, and when it is when accuracy is 25 to 30% when it is combined.
Okay, now complete, please.
I am concluding the strategic implications of institutional investors abandon static historic averages for corporate strategies, expand timing parameters for analysts, upgrade valuation architecture. And coming to last slide, we can accurately price the future, but we must look through both lenses, that is through accounting variables as well as macroeconomic variables are the two lenses. And when we combine both these through macroeconomic and as well as accounting variables, we can find out a real situation. That's what I have presented. Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you all. Now can I ask questions?
Okay, very good.
Thank you,
All the
sir.
best.
Any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next presenter.
May I leave, sir? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. I'm leaving.
Sir, next paper ID S3015.
Good morning,
Pankuri
ma'am.
Kapoor.
Am I audible? Ma'am,
Yes,
am
you
I
are
audible?
audible, Pankuri.
Okay, ma'am.
Just share your screen and start your presentation and complete your presentation within 3 to 4 minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, yes.
A very good morning to everyone. I am Pankuri Kapoor, research scholar from Lovely Professional University, and I am here to present my research paper titled Artificial Intelligence and Digital Transformation of Healthcare Systems, Implications for Medical Tourism Development in Delhi. I will begin by discussing the background and research gap of my study. The rapid expansion of the digital economy has transformed both healthcare and tourism sectors. Artificial intelligence is increasingly used in healthcare for diagnostics, patient management, and resource allocation. At the same time, Delhi has emerged as a major medical tourism destination due to advanced hospitals, skilled doctors, and relatively low treatment costs. However, most existing studies either focus on AI in healthcare or on medical tourism separately. Very few studies examine the relationship between AI, healthcare infrastructure, and medical tourism together. Therefore, this study attempts to fill this research gap. The objectives of my study are: first, to examine the role of AI in strengthening healthcare system; second, to analyze healthcare indicators using principal component analysis; and third, to examine the relationship between healthcare infrastructure and medical tourism using principal component correlation. This, to achieve these objectives, the study uses the following data and methodology. Secondary data has been used from government reports, national health statistics, and hospital websites. The healthcare data is collected for the time period 2001 to 2022, while the medical tourism data has been collected for the top hospitals in Delhi for the year 2025. And the methods that are used in this study are principal component analysis and principal component correlation. Now, moving towards the key findings of the study, the PCA results show that healthcare infrastructure and financial resources are the most important components of Delhi's healthcare system. The second important component is emergency healthcare services, which includes the availability of ambulances. As far as medical tourism is concerned, hospital capacity is the main component, which includes bed capacity, availability of doctors, and the specialities that are treated. The PCC results show that there is a strong relationship between healthcare infrastructure and medical tourism capacity. Emergency services are linked with treatment specialization. These results indicate that stronger healthcare infrastructure and institutional capacity play an important role in supporting medical tourism development. Based on these findings, we can understand the potential role of AI in healthcare and medical tourism for the following use cases: diagnostic accuracy, hospital resource allocation, bed management, emergency response systems, patient flow management, digital medical tourism platforms, personalized treatment services. Finally, I would like to conclude by emphasizing the main points of my study. First, healthcare infrastructure infrastructure strongly influences medical tourism development. Second, hospital capacity and specialization are the key factors. Third, AI-enabled digital healthcare systems can improve healthcare efficiency. And last, digital transformation can strengthen Delhi's position as a medical tourism destination. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you,
very nice
Pankuri.
topic and very good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Next paper ID S3016.
Yes, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
No, sir, it's not visible.
Now is it visible?
Yes, it's visible now.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Chetan Laskari. I am a PhD scholar at Dr. Subhas University, Junagadh, and my co-author is Dr. Mayuri Dhamelia, who is my research supervisor. Today's my topic is gender differences in consumer perception towards mobile commerce, empirical evidence from a non-parametric analysis. First of all, mobile commerce is a selling and buying goods or services through the mobile devices, like on Amazon, Flipkart, and many more applications. Today's my objectives of this research are to examine the gender-based differences in perceived trust towards mobile commerce. Here I have taken these 5 variables, which are the perceived trust, perceived convenience, perceived cost, perceived risk, and overall consumer perception. So is there any differences regarding the perception towards the mobile commerce users? uh, are my research objectives. Here is my research methodology. Research design is quantitative research design. Research approach is descriptive and comparative. Nature of the data is the primary data collected through the
Please change
structure.
your slides.
Yes, ma'am.
Change your slide. You are still on the title slide.
Now is it?
Yes, yes, you can go ahead.
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Yes. Okay.
You can process.
So here data is primary data collected through the structured questionnaire using 5-point Likert scale, strongly agree to strongly disagree. And targeted population is mobile commerce users. Sampling technique is a stratified sampling based on the gender, male and female. Sample size is 300 respondents or users of mobile commerce. And here are 5 variables like perceived trust, perceived convenience, perceived cost, perceived risk, and overall perception or towards the mobile commerce. To analyze the data, descriptive statistics like a mean, rank, and a Mann-Whitney U-test using is employed to analyze the data using the SPSS software. Here are the hypotheses of the study, which first one is there is no significant difference in perceived trust toward mobile commerce across the gender. The result is a result of Mann-Whitney U test is a 0.479, which is greater than the thumb rule of 0.05, which accepts the null hypothesis, and it is the same for all the variables which are the greater than the 0.05. So all the null hypotheses are accepted here. So from this analysis, due to even after the minor variations in the between the male and female perception, most of the hypotheses are accepted. It means male and females are shares similar and similar views regarding the perception towards the mobile commerce. For future directions, other demographic variables can be also employed to see whether any difference towards the perception regarding the mobile commerce, like income level or any other demographic variables.
Please complete, please.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
And
very good presentation. All the best.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Next paper presenter.
Next paper ID S3018. Siddhi
Yes,
Dharmadhikari.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen.
Is it visible, ma'am?
It is visible. Please start presenting.
Yes.
Conclude your
Good
presentation
morning.
within 3 to 4 minutes maximum.
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone. I am Siddhi Dharmadhikari, and my team and I, we are from Indira University, Pune. Today, I am presenting our research on underpricing and post-listing performance of Indian IPOs using Nifty 500 as benchmark. This study analyzes IPOs from 2020 to 2024 and tries to answer a key question. Do IPOs only give listing gains, or do they also perform well after listing? This study matters because IPOs give strong returns on listing day, but the real question is, do these gains continue after listing? So we chose the 2020 to 2024 period because it includes major market events like COVID, high liquidity, retail participation, and tech IPOs. So this period gives a realistic and dynamic pictures of IPO performance. Research gap that we have seen is there is limited research for recent Indian IPOs, especially combining both listing day and post-listing performance. So our objective here were to measure underpricing, to compare IPO returns with Nifty 500, to check if IPOs generate abnormal returns. We tested 3 hypotheses here. No underpricing. Second one, no difference from market returns. Third, no abnormal returns. So this is our literature snapshot. Previous study explained IPO underpricing in different ways. That is information asymmetry. Investors don't have full information. Signaling, good companies underprice intentionally. Market sentiments, IPOs perform better in optimistic markets. In Indian scenario, we can see study shows IPOs give listing gains, but long-term performance is uncertain. So our study combines both aspects together. In this study, we measure listing return, post-listing returns, benchmark returns, abnormal returns. If abnormal returns are not significant, it means IPOs are not outperforming the market. So we compared IPO returns with Nifty 500 over 30 days, 180 days, and 365 days. We used data of 202 IPOs from 2020 to 2024. And statistical tools we used here are descriptive statistics and t-test. This helped us to check whether results are statistically significant. So here we can see.
Go to conclusion, please.
Oh, yes, sir. So key insights we get is that this IPO gains are strong on listing day, but they do not continue as long-term outperformance. So listing gain and long-term investment return are not the same. To conclude, IPO underpricing clearly exists in India, but IPOs do not consistently outperform the market after listing. So IPO investing is more about short-term opportunity rather than long-term alpha. Thank you, sir.
Very good presentation. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Next presenter.
Yes, next is paper ID as 3019.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, can you see the screen?
Yes,
it's visible.
Shall I begin?
Yes, start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. I am Nitya Sharda, along with my co-presenter Taranpreet Kaur, students of BCom second year from MCM DAV College, Chandigarh, under the guidance of our teacher CA Jyoti Soi, here to present our research paper on the topic, an analytical study of stock market scams, investor perceptions, and regulatory reforms. To begin the topic, I would like to start from introduction. Why scams occur? Scams often happen because of weak rules, poor monitoring, and low financial knowledge among investors. To tackle this,
Governments and regulatory bodies have introduced reforms like disclosure requirements, better monitoring, and etc. To understand it better, there are few types of financial frauds like identity theft, phishing and social engineering, insider trading, corporate fraud, and Ponzi scheme. These are the major scams which occurred in India. And these are the research papers which we have reviewed. This is the research gap. Most existing studies focus on stock market scams from separate angles, such as causes, investor perceptions.
Siddhi, come to your conclusion and findings.
Yes, sir. This is the need of a study, and these are the objectives to identify the major scams, and analyze the perceptions. And our methodology have 35 respondents, and our study is descriptive. These are few causes why stock market scams occur, and these are the impacts. Now I would like to hand over to Taranpreet.
Good morning, everyone. I am here to discuss the findings of our studies. Our findings show that stock market scams reduce investor confidence, cause financial losses, and make retail investors more vulnerable. They also reduce trust in companies, make capital raising difficult, and create uncertainty in the market. Overall, scams negatively affect both industry growth and the economy. To conclude, stock market scams have a significant negative impact on investors, industry, and the economy. Strengthening regulations and increasing awareness are essential to restore trust and ensure a stable financial market. Therefore, prevention through regulation and awareness is more effective than dealing with scams after they occur. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Very good efforts being BCom student, so it's very good. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next, S3020 Pratima Singh.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes,
Share
ma'am.
your
I'm sure.
screen and start your presentation. And be precise.
Okay, sure. Please let me know if my screen is visible.
What's the ID number? Yes.
S3020.
Okay, 3020. Okay.
Is it visible?
It's visible.
Okay, thank you.
You can start now.
Okay. Namaskar everyone and a very good afternoon. First of all, thank you organizers to provide this great opportunity. I am Pratima Singh, research scholar at IIS University. Today I'll be talking about the topic which is highly relevant in today's digital economy, and that is an empirical analysis of consumer knowledge and perceived benefits in AI-driven retail, the mediating role of consumer trust in shaping consumer perspective. A quick little intro. As we all know, artificial intelligence has transformed nearly every industry, and the retail sector, especially online retail, is no exception. So I'll come to the proposed model. The proposed model investigates how perceived benefits influence consumer perspective both directly and indirectly through the mediating effect of consumer trust. Under perceived benefits, we have recommendation, chatbot, virtual try-on, voice image search, consumer perspective, ease of use, experience, and perceived usefulness. If I talk about literature review in detail, 62 research papers were reviewed for this study, and pie chart shows the breakdown of sources: Emerald, Elsevier, Taylor and Francis. ResearchGap majorly found limited AI tools, design and user interface impact, specific AI tools analysis, overlooked variables. Directly coming towards the objective, four main objectives: to examine the impact of perceived benefits on consumer trust, to analyze the effect of consumer trust on consumer perspective, to explore the relationship among these three variables and to assess the mediating role of consumer trust. To understand it easily, first we are taking the impact of perceived benefits on consumer trust, then effect of consumer trust on consumer perspective, and then relationship among these three. These are the questions framed from the objectives. And research methodology, this study uses an empirical approach, a quantitative approach, and the data was collected from 200 respondents who have experience with AI-based online platforms. And for analysis, we used MOS23 employing structural equation modeling. Now coming on the hypothesis number one, I would take few seconds to explain this diagram. So on the one side above, we have our variable perceived benefits, and it is measured through 8 observed indicators, which we discussed earlier, like chatbots, image search, personalization, recommendation. And then on the lower side, below side, we have our consumer trust measured through 3 observed indicators. Key path of interest is the arrow which is coming down from perceived benefits to trust, and the value is 0.56. This standardized coefficient of 0.56 indicates a strong and statistically significant relationship, which means when consumers recognize more benefit from AI technologies in retail, they are more likely to trust those technologies.
Okay, go to conclusion now. Go to conclusion.
Okay, sure. I'll come to the conclusion. So this is the finding of the study as we were trying to check the mediating role of consumer trust. So model 3, which is this, model 3 confirms that there is a partial mediate role of trust between perceived benefit and consumer, and it directly or indirectly affects the trust. So limitations are relies on
Okay. Very good presentation. Good analysis. Congratulations. All the best.
Thank you so much.
Next.
Professor Rajendra has to leave this meeting due to his other urgent engagement. I would like to invite sir for his final comments.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks to Honorable Professor T.N. Mathur sir, Vice Chancellor IISc University, and Professor Iresi sir, and my senior Professor Sanjay Bayani sir for this session. I thanks to IIS University to give opportunity to share my views. And during the session, paper presenter present very well paper and good paper. It is definitely enriching the knowledge of the participants and researchers, and it also fruitful discussions during the session. I think it is very good to participants and researchers for research in the area of technology, good governance, and or digital bankings. So thank you very much, Professor Sanjay Bayani sir. Can I leave the meeting?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for giving us your valuable time.
Yes, thank you.
Yes. Next presenter is S2017. Namish Kumar Parmar.
Yes, ma'am.
Please share your screen.
Yes,
it's visible.
Good morning, respected chairpersons and fellow participants. Myself, Namish Kumar Parmar, research scholar at Dr. Subhash University, Junagadh. Today, I will be presenting our research paper titled on revenue growth and CASA mobilization in era of digital banking, evidence from a public sector bank. This study examines how rapid growth of digital banking influence revenue generation and CASA deposit in public sector banks.
Digital banking has become a key driver of transformation in global banking industry, specifically after COVID times. With rise of mobile banking applications, UPI transactions, and internet banking facilities, customers are increasingly shifting from traditional branch banking to the digital banking. Digital banking platforms allow customers to perform financial
Don't,
transactions electronically.
name is the go to your research gap methodology. Don't go for theory. Okay, 3 to 4 minutes, so it will be not possible otherwise.
Okay, sir. Okay. So my objective and hypothesis to identify three major objectives. That is how digital transactions have influenced the revenue growth, to examine the relationship between digital payment volume and CASA deposit mobilization, and to analyze the relationship between digital banking services and return on equity. Based on this, I have developed the three hypotheses. That is, digital banking adoption positively impact the revenue growth of PSU banks. Digital payment volume positively influence the deposit mobilization, and digital banking service positively influence the return on equity of the PSU banks. This is the conceptual framework. The methodology I use is quantitative research design and target population. I have selected 6 major public sector banks, including SBI, BOB, PNB, Union, Canara, and Bank of Maharashtra. I have taken the panel data comparison bank-wise observation of the 6 PSU bank over a period of time 2019 to 23, and resulting total 30 observation. Now I'll quick move to the result section. The first hypothesis examine the relationship between digital banking adoption and revenue growth. The result shows significant relationship, indicating that digital banking adoption contribute positively to the
Okay, now directly go to conclusion.
Okay, sir. The finding indicate that digital banking plays a crucial role in improving bank revenue and operational efficiency. Although the study did not strongly statistically evidence for CASA growth and revenue and ROE improvement, the digital transactions still contribute enhanced financial performance, but over a long period of time. Digital payment systems such as a mobile banking and UPI transaction help banks to attract new customers and provide them low-cost deposit mobilization. Therefore, public sector bank must continue investing in digital infrastructure and cybersecurity system and customer digital literacy program to gain this more. Strengthening digital banking capabilities will help public sector banks remain competitive in the rapid evolving financial ecosystem. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your giving me this opportunity to present my research paper in this.
Very nice presentation. All the best.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Thank you. Next paper ID is S3022. Hamad Khan, Saurabh Prasad. Paper ID is 3022.
Meeting absent.
Yes. Next is S3023, Palak Khandelwal.
Is my screen is visible?
No. Now it's visible.
Okay.
So start your presentation and complete it within 3 to 4 minutes.
Good morning. Good afternoon, respected members. I'm Dr. Palak Khandelwal and I'm presenting my research on artificial intelligence and digital transformation in Indian banking with co-author with Ruchi Jain ma'am. Banking in India is rapidly transforming due to AI and digital technology. Customers are using digital payment and mobile banking regularly. But important question, what do customers actually prefer in AI-based banking system? This is focus of our study. Banks are investing heavily in AI, but they do not clearly know which feature customer value the most. So there is a gap between technology and customer expectation. So basically our study aimed to find this gap. Our objective are simple: to identify key AI features to measure their importance and to find the best combination preferred by the customer. This study based on 5 key AI attributes that influence customer preference. These attributes together determine how customer evaluate AI-based banking services. We conducted primary research study using conjoint analysis. We collected data from 170 respondents in Rajasthan and analyzed it using SPSS. This method helped us to measure customer preference in structure and quantitative way. In our study, we selected 5 key variables. First, AI payment type, how the transaction is performed. Second, AI channel, where the customer interact. Transaction size reflect trust and risk. AI response speed, how fast service is. AI incentives, which means benefit like cashback or coupons. So these represent real AI features used in banking. We select these variables because they cover the complete AI banking experience. Payment show actual usage channels shows interaction, transaction size show trust and risk, speed show efficiency, incentive shows customer motivation. So together they give a full understanding of customer preference. So how we analyze, each variable has 3 options. We create different combination and ask respondent to rate them. Using conjoint analysis, we calculate which feature is most important and which combination customer prefer. Our results show that AI payment type is the most important factor at 39%, channel selection in second, response speed is third, incentives and transaction size have less important. So customer mainly focus on how the payment is handled. This means customer prefer simple and automated payment, easy and familiar platform, faster responses, but they are less comfortable trusting AI for large transactions. These findings shows that customers prefer simplicity over complexity. Trust is very important, especially for high value transaction, and although speed matters, trust matters more than speed. So AI system should be simple, reliable and user friendly. In conclusion, AI is transform banking, but customer preference should guide these transformation. Our study provides a clear, data-based understanding of what customer actually want. So, bank should focus on automated payment system, easy to use platform, fast and reliable services, personalized offer. This will improve customer satisfaction. Further research can be include more region and
Okay,
larger.
fine. Thank you. Very good presentation. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is S3022. Paper ID S3022.
Yes, ma'am. Here.
Uh, share your screen and start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Just starting. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible.
3 minutes. Okay, presentation time.
Oh, yes. So the title of my research is Digital Transformation of CSR through AI. CSR has evolved from simple charity to a strategic function within companies. With regulations like BRSR and rising stakeholder expectations, companies now need transparent and structured reporting at their time. Problem statement. Despite digital advancement, the use of AI and CSR reporting is still inconsistent, especially in India. There is limited evidence on how AI actually improves reporting quality. So this study focuses on understanding AI's role in adoption across companies and its impact on transparency and governance. Object of this study, research. The key question is whether AI improves CSR reporting quality. Here, AI integration is the independent variable and reporting quality is the dependent variable. We test whether AI significantly enhances transparency, accuracy, and uh, transparency and its adoption across companies, and its impact on transparency and governance. So, literature review. Existing studies show that AI helped automate ESG reporting, improve data analysis, and enhance stakeholder engagement. However, most research is focused on global context with limited studies in India. Also, ethical concerns like data privacy and algorithm bias are emerging challenges. Research methodology. This study uses a qualitative exploratory approach. It combines a review of 33 research papers with analysis of CSR report from 10 major Indian companies who spend mostly on CSR. The data is secondary and analyzed using thematic content analysis focusing on AI adoption and reporting practices. Data analysis and interpretation. This chart shows where AI is actually being used in CSR. Most companies use AI for automated data collection and compliance monitoring, areas like ESG tracking and growing. But advanced applications like impact forecasting are still limited, indicating early stage adoption. Major findings. The findings show that companies are moving toward technology-driven CSR strategies. AI improves efficiency and transparency, but its use is mostly operational rather than strategic. Also, regulatory framework like BRSR are pushing companies toward structured digital reporting. Conclusion and recommendations. In conclusion, AI is transforming CSR reporting into a more data-driven and transparent process. However, its full potential is yet to be realized. Future developments may include AI-powered ESG analytics, blockchain integration, and real-time sustainability monitoring. This was my presentation.
Thank you for your presentations.
Nice.
S3003 and S3006. If you are present, Renupal, Dalbir Singh Kaushik, and Advitya Sharma. I think they are not present. So thank you very much for your presentations. As we come to the end of this session, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, experts, presenters, and participants. Your contributions have made this session truly meaningful. Bharani sir.
Okay. Okay. Good
Your
afternoon.
comments.
Good afternoon to everybody. In this technical session, there are 17 presenters have made their presentation, and I think all of you have done a very good effort due to even time constraint. They have been not able to present their entire research, but each researcher has selected a different dimension: artificial intelligence, banking, technology, CSR, and all other financial inclusion and other many aspects. So it was a very good effort. With this presentation, that session was become very live, and I would like to congratulate again all the participants and wish you all the best for their future endeavor. And I would like to thanks to Professor T. N. Mathur sir, Vice Chancellor of IIS University, for giving me an opportunity, and my session keynote speaker Professor K. Iresi sir, my colleague Professor Rajendra Prasad Meena, Sweta, Ankita, and all this team that make their session very comfortable, lively, and schedule and manage very nice way. So thank you very much, and congratulations to entire team of IIS University. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With this, we conclude our technical session 3. Thank you. And technical session 4, we will be starting within 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Namaskar, everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a very warm welcome to all the distinguished guests, scholars, and participants joining us today. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all in this session. Before we begin, may I request all participants to kindly follow a few guidelines. Please keep your microphones muted unless invited to speak. You may post your questions in chat box. All presenters are requested to adhere to their allotted time. The link for all sessions will remain the same, so you may continue to use this link for valedictory session as well. The two best paper presentation for each session will be announced during the valedictory session once the session ended. Thank you for your cooperation. With these brief instructions, we now move forward to the academic proceedings of this session. This session focuses on examining how societal progress, development initiatives, and inclusive growth strategies collectively promote equity, participation, and sustainable development in an evolving socio-economic environment. We are delighted to have with us today our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Amitabh Upadhyay, a distinguished academic and administrator with over 4 decades of experience across India, Nepal, the UAE, and global collaborations. Currently serving as Regional Director for Academic Partnerships at Global Education, Dubai, he has led prestigious institutions and focused his recent work on internationalization and industry-academia collaboration. His insights have been widely published in leading platforms such as Forbes, Middle East, Gulf News, College Times, and Higher Education Digest. And his leadership has been recognized with honors including the Academic Leadership Award, the Education Leadership Award, and the Business Leadership Recognition. Sir, we are honored to have you with us today. The virtual stage is now yours.
Thank you very much. I think, am I audible to all? Okay. So, first of all, namaskar from Dubai. I'm sitting here in Dubai. It's around 11 a.m. in the morning. So, good morning to everyone. I would like to first of all thank IIS University for inviting me for this talk. I would also like to say hello to my fellow academics around, session chairs, and all budding researchers who are participating in this conference. As has been clearly mentioned, that the subject or the topic of this session is society development and inclusive growth. I'm sure the academics will be talking about it in detail with their research incisiveness. And of course, there will be certain interesting and very thought-provoking presentations. Coming to my discussion today, since I am abroad, I left India somewhere in 2000, year 2000. So I have seen the world and how it has treated its society and what kind of inclusive growth patterns the world has witnessed, especially the area where I have worked in the last 20 years, the South Asian subcontinent, of course, India included, but I was in Nepal for some time. I have worked closely with universities in Sri Lanka. I have worked also with Southeast Asian countries in Macau and Hong Kong. And for the last 2 decades, I'm here in the Middle East working with universities and higher education institutions in the UAE. So instead of going into anything which is research-based, my discussion today would focus more on the global perspective of inclusive growth, especially from the focus of a particular society. Since I am a social scientist, my approach will be more etymological, historical, social, and economic, of course. And recently, in every discussion of the society and inclusive growth, sustainability has to be part of it. So it will remain the major focus of any discussion when it comes to growth. So more than technical scrutiny, I can look into a rather simplistic approach where, we talk about how society develops and moves towards developmental goals of inclusive growth. In its traditional as well as modern impacts on the overall life of nations, society is, a dynamic system of people who share space, rules, relationships, creating a constantly evolving ecosystem. But as academicians, we look at things so many times from the academic perspective also. So, from that point of view, society is a complex and organized group of individuals who share common culture, etc., which I think most of you already are aware of. But scientifically, again, when we talk about society, it's a structured group of individuals. Now, the terminology gets slightly changed as to how we view society as a mechanism, if at all. Practically, we can think of society as a giant living ecosystem. And when we go into the etymology of the term society, we also see that the Latin root of the term in English actually meant a companion or ally. So, undoubtedly, a group of people living together in a particular space makes a society where people are companions. That is very interesting part of society, and we have to keep that in mind while we're talking about development, while we're talking about growth. So, we can imagine society also as a, giant multiplayer game because we are talking in terms of AI, we are talking in terms of the internet, and we are talking in terms of a lot of virtual places on which young people are today engaged. When we move further, we find several other possibilities. How will a biologist look at society? How a physicist will look at society? How a computer scientist will look at society? Let's not go into so many of such details. But one thing that is important is, and which to my mind is the major focus of this particular theme on which we are gathered for discussions, is inclusive growth. My focus from society moves on to inclusive growth, which is an important factor. At the national level, inclusive growth refers to an economic growth, broad-based, equitable, beneficial to all segments of society. And, it emphasizes not only on the rate of growth, but also on the distribution of benefits. This has to be kept in mind by all and sundry. Sustainable GDP expansion, that is what the public policy perspective always is towards inclusive growth. Job rich, equal access to markets, opportunities, education, finance, and infrastructure, of course. Social mobility, poverty reduction, reduced regional disparities. All this is a part of that definition that we can have for inclusive growth. The term inclusive growth is of recent origin. If I look into the historical background of the term and its phenomenon, what I find is that only in the 2000s, the term became more and more popular and came into public policy perspective of various governments around the world. The World Bank, the United Nations Development Program, the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, they started using the terminology inclusive growth in their philosophy. So the challenge when it comes to societies, when it comes to nations, countries, and government, is not merely making growth inclusive, but reshaping economic systems to ensure fairness. Again, these terms are very, very important when we talk about inclusive growth, and most of you already are taking that into account whenever you are researching on these areas: fairness, opportunity, dignity, and participation of all. So that makes it a more comprehensive growth pattern than only a GDP-driven development. Whenever we talk about inclusive growth, and it is natural to compare it with the GDP-driven development, because most of the governments around the world would actually be focused on GDP to show that they are successful. So the core objective of GDP-driven development is maximize production and income, which we all see. Every government claims to have maximized production and income of the society they are leading as administrators. Inclusive growth, on the other hand, ensures that economic growth improves the lives of everyone, not just a few, which all of you would certainly agree and would be working with. So if I may summarize that, GDP-driven development is growth quantity, inclusive growth is growth quality plus equity. So a combination of qualitative and equitable development. And it is not just GDP growth, it is not exclusive of GDP, it actually complements GDP, because ultimately the measure will have to be there. And one of the criticism that comes with inclusive growth is, what is the measure? GDP can be economically measured, so that makes it easier for economists and social scientists to follow. Having given this background, I would like to move on to the global perspective, how the world is moving towards inclusive growth development patterns. All over the world, inclusive growth is happening, but it is not happening evenly everywhere. And that is the nature of the world. You cannot expect everything happening everywhere around the world. So it is uneven. Countries like the Nordic countries and Canada and Sweden and Australia and India also demonstrates strong inclusive models. There are certain aspects which I would like to take examples as, which will always be some kind of an inspiration and for so many other developing and not so developed countries to be taking it as aspirational. Global inequality, fiscal limitations, gender gaps, regional disparities, and crisis impacts continue to pose significant barriers. These are the major barriers to such inclusive growth, which otherwise becomes easier for a government or a policy administrators to look at from the just from the economic point of view. Inclusive growth is not just about creating more output, it is about ensuring everyone participates in and benefits from economic progress. These are, when I'm reading something, it is a quote from one of the authors wherever we read and find out. Countries pursue equitable opportunity, sustainable resource use, and shock resilience amid widening inequalities. There are such inequalities. There are institutions, global institutions, which are working towards that: World Bank, IMF, OECD, so their focus is social equity, sustainability, and accountability. Accountability is a term that most of the inclusive growth patterns would like to include into it. Taking it further from the examples point of view, countries like Sweden, Norway, and Finland, the Nordic countries of the north of the world, their economies are widely cited as the global leaders in inclusive growth. And what are the reasons? The reasons cited in literature are cooperative labor markets, health, access to all, education and digital services for all, ensuring equal opportunity. These countries consistently rank among the top performers on the multiple well-being inclusive indicators. Well-being, there has been a concept of welfare state for very long, but how is it practiced is something that can always be debated. India, to come to that, direct benefit transfers, the DBTs that in the last decade or so has become a very important tool, has become a major example of tech-enabled inclusion. Technology plays a major role. And what I noticed, this particular conference has digitalization as one of the theme topics. So welfare benefits and subsidies delivered directly into bank accounts, that's part of the DBT. Financial inclusion expanded massively through Aadhaar, Jan Dhan accounts, etc., etc. They are all part of inclusive growth development, or developmental path towards inclusive growth, if I may say so. Brazil has done quite well as far as inclusive growth is concerned, used targeted cash transfer programs. And there is one Bolsa Familia, which has supported low-income families with conditional benefits tied to health and education. Now, these are a few things: direct benefits to beneficiaries who require it, health, education. In most of these programs, whenever we talk about higher-ranking countries who have achieved good level of inclusive growth, include health and education as their primary objectives. The model is often cited for reducing inequality. That is a factor. Coming to Canada, universal health care is again a very important factor, which is which becomes an important factor there. Sweden, parental leave policies are part of inclusive growth policies. Then Australia, disability support programs have been very talked about programs, which Australia invests heavily on disability inclusion, 4 million people with disabilities, etc., etc., and they work very strongly on those. And then we have, the UAE, where I'm sitting. Inclusive growth in the UAE is shaped by a blend of economic diversification, workforce force nationalization, social protection, strong governance framework, and so on and so forth. So, and the policies show an accelerated shift toward ensuring that Emiratis are prioritized as far as job is concerned, and career is concerned. So they name it as Emiratization. To put it into perspective, political systems are responsible to quite an extent for pursuing inclusive growth policies. And it becomes a driver as well, creating enabling institutions. That's part of the political system. Designing equitable economic policies is major work that every government is supposed to be doing, or every political system is supposed to be achieving. Using inclusive growth as government strategy is again an important factor with the political system. And that is why there is always a debate whether inclusive growth is better in democracies or in autocracies. Being a political science student myself, we always look at what are the major drivers and where they come from, what are the political or philosophical moorings of that particular system, which makes it a better welfare state as compared to autocracies, for example. Now, since I'm sitting here and I've seen the kind of growth happened in UAE, I'm saying this with a little rider, you see, and the rider is very simple, that please don't think that I'm comparing two countries which are, UAE is a very small country, whereas India is a very big country with different population factors and so on and so forth, right? But UAE is far ahead as far as human development outcomes is concerned, which is 17th globally. HDI is 0.937 in 2022. India is improving as far as human development indicators are concerned, but it is 134th globally. HDI is 0.644 in 2022. So these are a few things which need to be looked into by the policymakers in India for the purpose of human development indexes to be increased in their cases. There are other factors also, economic structure, labor market inclusion, and so on. But again, these kind of comparisons are always criticized. That you cannot compare a small country, oil-rich country with resources with India, which is a larger country, etc., with a larger population. That is why my focus, and to complete my discussion today with the kind of background I have given so far, is to compare, the states. India has 29 states, union territories. Now, these states can be compared with a small country like UAE for the purpose of taking it as a model towards development or inclusive growth. And that is what I am actually focusing on here. Human development outcomes, which I compared just now with UAE and India, I would like to take into account a very important factor here. UAE, I gave you the SDI as 0.937. When you talk about top Indian states who have done well in SDI, are Goa, 0.801, Kerala, 0.799, Delhi, 0.777, Tamil Nadu, 0.732, Karnataka, 0.713. However, the notable thing is most of these states which are closer to a higher HDI are South Indian states of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Karnataka. But let us not go into that at this moment. What we are talking about is the states can do separately better, and then overall it can be a growth policy or growth pattern for India. They can each be benchmarking each other. Those who are at a lower HDIs can look at how HDIs of a higher ranking state has grown to that particular level. When we talk about best performing states, UAE has surpassed the highest, which was Goa. Now, economic structures are also accordingly, if you look at leading Indian states that can be compared with UAE are Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. And similarly, state-driven, resource-backed, rapid, there are so many such possibilities. Again, I will not go into too many details because I think I have to look at the clock also, and the time is short. But again, my emphasis has been and will remain from the point of view of seeing that a model can be created by looking at state as a unit of development instead of looking India as a whole for a unit of development and inclusive growth, because India has several challenges, economic challenges, which is slowing growth, high public debt, social challenges of unemployment and low female labor participation, urbanization challenge of overcrowding and strained infrastructure, environmental challenge of climate change, pollution and water scarcity, healthcare challenge of undercapacity and unequal access, and geopolitics, political challenge of global conflicts and trade uncertainties. We are sitting here in a war zone, as is being said, though we are very safe and very comfortable out here, and governance related issues as well. So with this thought that if individual states in India can model themselves on international models pursued by the Nordic countries of Sweden, Norway, and Finland, or smaller countries like Singapore and UAE, from the point of view of their developmental path and policies, they may be it will be a better option instead of looking at India as a whole, which has a very large population and so many challenges, as I was just talking about. And finally, to conclude my discussion, I would use a very appropriate shlok, which defines inclusive growth, and we have it from thousands of years. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve santu niramaya, sarve bhadrani pashyantu, ma kaschit dukh bhag bhavet. Om shanti shanti shanti. Now this is actually the best possible definition of inclusive growth for any model. Sarve bhavantu sukhina, sarve bhayantu संतु निरामय, सुखी हो और विदाउट एनी डिजीज हो, और सब लोग बराबर से हर सुख के भागीदारी हो, यही इंक्लूसिव ग्रोथ का एक स्वप्न सब देखते होंगे. सो दैट इज हाउ आई कंक्लूड माय डिस्कशन. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring keynote address and for sharing such valuable insights with us. Now, it is my pleasure to welcome Professor Gurjeet Kaur, our session expert for this technical session. Professor Kaur is a distinguished expert of marketing at University of Jammu with over 25 years of teaching and research experience. She has international journals and received Manubhai M. Shah Memorial. It is a pleasure to welcome her as the chair of this session. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Good afternoon to one and all. I am highly thankful to the University Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Mathur sir, for this invitation, and also the organizing team for the invitation to be the chair of this session in the National Conference on Economics, Financial and Business Reforms in India. And it was really lovely listening to Professor Upadhyay sir. And I think it was really it was a brainstorming session for one and all. So now, since because Professor Upadhyay has touched all the important aspects related to the session topic, which is the social development and inclusivity. So rightly said by sir that, we cannot talk about inclusivity if we do not consider the equity and the diversity. So since I do not want to repeat whatever sir has talked about, whatever sir has shared with us, only thing which as because we are from the commerce background, what I would like to share is so the last year, not the recent, but the last year, this World Happiness Index. So World Happiness Index 2025. So it clearly states, it shows that where India stands. Because when we talk about inclusivity, that talks about we are reflecting upon the various sections, in fact, all the sections in the society, in the Indian society. So where does India stand? India stands at number 118 out of 147 countries. And if we talk about our neighboring countries, so Pakistan is at number 109 and Nepal is at number 92. So somewhere may not be directly, but indirectly it talks about the social development, the economic development of our country. And so we all know that, Finland for 8th consecutive year, Finland is at number 1. And then we have Denmark, Iceland, Sweden, and Netherlands. So they are occupying the first 5 positions. So what does that reflect? So talking about the inclusivity, so inclusivity means having equal opportunities. So whether different sections in our society, do they get equal opportunities? Inclusivity also talks about whether the people belonging to different sections, do they have an equal right, equal access to education? It also talks about the healthcare and their well-being, rightly said by Sir. So we are talking about nowadays the wellness of the citizens of India, the well-being. So well-being, whether we talk about the psychological well-being, whether we talk about the spiritual well-being, whether we talk about even the eudaimonic well-being. So well-being, to what extent India has succeeded in ensuring the wellness of its citizens. Even the healthcare is very important. So what type of, healthcare facilities are we getting in our country? So inclusive growth talks about, going beyond the GDP. It also rightly said by Sir that it talks about the Human Development Index, the Social Progress Index. It talks about the development, development as both as a process and also the outcome of it. So whatever facilities we are getting, whatever opportunities we are getting here in India, so inclusive growth, inclusive social development talks about both the process and the outcome, where all the groups from the different sections of the society, they participate and they also benefit from this economic growth. So it talks about the quality education also. Inclusivity talks about quality education, equitable access to the education and training, which also includes the various vocational courses also. Whether the students, the children, do they have an equal access to different types of skill programs or not? Talking about the health and the well-being also. So whether in India, whether each and every person has an affordable access to the healthcare, including the mental health services. So nowadays, that is more important. The psychological well-being of the individuals, that is very important. Also talking about the gender empowerment. Are the women being treated equally? Is there any parity between the women and the pay? So that also has a direct impact on the GDP of our country. Employment opportunities. Do we all have equal opportunity, equal employment opportunities? And also the financial inclusion is equally important. So whether every citizen has an equal access to the banking, credit, digital payment systems as well. So, do we have an equal access or not? Then talking about the technology, we all know still there is a digital divide. So inclusivity has to ensure that even the people sitting in the rural areas, so in the rural India also, whether the technology has reached and to what level, what is the intensity, so that is also equally important. And also the infrastructure, whether everybody has an equal access to the infrastructure or not. Physical infrastructure talking about, even the legal protection. So legal protection means whether the law protects the vulnerable group, the marginalized society, and whether non-discrimination is ensured. And are we actually fighting the corruption or not? So talking about accountability and the governance, rightly taken by Professor Upadhyay. And then also the environment and the social nexus also. So which means have we integrated the social inclusion framework with the environmental policies or not? And also have we ensured equitable access to the common property resources, including the forest, the water, even for the rural communities or not? So therefore, the development to be truly inclusive that requires long-term commitment, it requires political will and the transformation of the systems that have traditionally fostered inequality. So inclusivity or our lecture or our deliberations on inclusivity will not be complete if we ignore equity and diversity. So these three have to go parallel. So equity, diversity, and inclusivity, so that we can talk about the overall social development of our country. With these few words, I would like to thank IIS for giving me this opportunity to be part of this conference. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Shifali Mathur.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful reflection on the theme of society development and inclusive growth. It is now my privilege to welcome our second session expert, Professor Manas Pandey, a distinguished professor in Faculty of Management at Veer Bahadur Singh Purvanchal University, Jaunpur. With over 32 years of teaching experience, Professor Pandey has made significant contributions in the field of finance, business economics, international trade, and entrepreneurship development. His extensive research and publications and leadership roles, including serving as Dean, Head of Business Economics, and Director of IQAC, have elevated academic standards. Recognized for his excellence by Government of Uttar Pradesh and honored for his role in achieving NAC A+ accreditation for his university, Professor Pandey is widely respected as mentor, researcher, and academic leader. I now invite Professor Manas Pandey to share his address with us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Shefali. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. I'm thankful to the IS University also on this National Conference on Economic Business and Finance Reforms in India, Policy, Digitalization and Socio-Economic Perspectives, and the technical session on Society Development and Inclusive Growth. So a lot of things has been mentioned by the Professor Upadhyay and Professor Gurjeet regarding the society development and inclusive growth. I don't have any different opinion apart from these, but I would like to say that when we talk about anything related to the inclusive growth, no doubt about it, the equitable opportunities required, social development, social sectors development is required, financial inclusion is equally important. Then the employment of generations is also playing a very good role in the inclusive growth. And the empowerment of the women is also important, equally important. Now the question is, when we talk about all these things, there are challenges also. And these challenges are for the inclusive growth. Because when we talk about the inclusive growth, it is related to the economy, and economic growth is taken place in the four conditions. Earlier one was the traditional one, then there is a command economy, then there is a market economy and mixed economy. But when we say anything about the challenges, the unemployment is biggest big challenge, as well as the inequality. And the regional disparity is also important one. And more focused approach, or you can say that the policy approach is also required in when we talk about anything related to the economic conditions. Okay. Now, the question is, if you go through the details of the Niti Aayog, there is one paper on the Niti policy paper written by the Arvind Virmani. I hope all of you have gone through that. And if you have gone through that, you can see that, you can find out that the government, whatever the role has been played or is playing, is totally depends upon their Niti Aayog, policy paper. And in that paper, the government is trying to focus on Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas, which means that the government is taking care of all the human beings. And for that, the economic part of the economic development part is taking place by forcing the, you can say, number of policies, number of plans in this regards. So there are mostly, they have given the three pillars. One is the market economy, another one is the empowerment, and the third one is the pragmatism. When we talk about anything related to the market economy or Indic market economy means the private initiatives and competition is driver of the growth and the productivity, employment. Okay, and the business has play a key role in the economic life of the nation, producing and selling goods and services, and creating, or you can say generating jobs. And the second part is of this market economy is that the approach is flexible on and consistent with the market economies. But great concern for market failure, externalities, information asymmetry, and bounded rationalities. So these are the few important aspects where this approach incorporates. And the second one is related to the empowerment, in which the Antoday's welfareism is important one, in which the our Prime Minister, government, and the government is focusing on number of schemes, number of welfare schemes, number of policies which helps the general peoples. And for that, one of the best program which is organized by the government of India is the Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister's Man Ki Baat, in which our Prime Minister has discussed with the youth, women, and the citizen of the country related to the mutual affinity, understanding the between every citizens. Okay, then diverse backgrounds peoples are there, so their dresses, food habits, spiritual orientations, cultural symbols, and lifestyles. All this has been taken into consideration while discussing in the Man Ki Baat. So with these, I can say that the Antoday empowerment is the one of the best way to, you can say, to deal with the foreign competitors also, because here the most important motivational factor is that the government is himself is trying to develop the society, develop the peoples, develop the individuals, and motivate them for the growth of the economy. So all these are the important one. And the third one is the which is the important one, and that is related to the pragmatism. Pragmatism means that the government is trying that priority should be given to the experience and evidences over the theories and the ideologies. Evidences must be based on the experience of the credible, trustworthy, and intercalator finding, and which policies works and which don't. What is more effective? That is important one, and this category. At the same time, the experience, when we talk about anything related to the experience, experience is based on the pragmatism, also lead to the fiscal conservatism. When we talk about the conservative approach, it means the conservative principle of household finance, business investment are applied to the government finance, minimizing unproductive expenditures and borrowings for investment in productive assets in which returns is higher than the cost of borrowing. It means that all these are important from the point of view of the inclusive growth. And when we say there, whatever the government is doing, whatever the government policies are there, whatever the steps has been taken for the development process, so either for the society developments or for the sustainable development or for the growth purpose, all these are according to the policies made by the Niti Aayog. And in this way, I can conclude with my all the statements like with this that this model is called as the Bharatiya Development Inclusive Growth Model. Okay, and in this model is sustainable, sustained, fast, and inclusive growth. And in this category, they have mentioned that the inclusive means all around development of the society, empowerment of the every citizens to develop own capabilities, competency through application of mind and efforts. So with these, I can conclude my speech. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With both our esteemed chairs, Professor Gurjeet Kaur and Professor Manas Pandey, now we move forward to participants' presentations. I would now like to call upon first participant S4015, Dr. Hanisha and Dr. Varsha.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Hello. Yes, you are audible.
Yes,
Please share your
I'm
screen.
audible. Yes, I will share my screen.
Please note that you have a maximum of 4 minutes for your presentation. You need to focus on your research objective, methodology, and key findings.
Okay, okay. Can I begin?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good afternoon to all the esteemed panelists and my co-researchers present here. I and my co-researcher, Dr. Hina, have done a study on transport indicators for a smart city and including environment sustainability in the city of Mumbai. So, before I begin with the introduction to my topic, I would like to state a very important an important quotation that I came across very recently. It says, "The measure of a city's greatness is not in its size, but how well it moves with its people." So when we talk of mobility is not only for transportation, it is the backbone of our economic activity. And Mumbai being a very densely populated metropolitan region, we have a strong requirement for a stable public transport network, particularly railways and buses. So we have had the local train systems over here, the best buses over here, which are there. But of late, with the increasing population, we have been facing a shortage or overcrowdedness of people using these transport systems. So our study is basically highlighted towards a growing imbalance, to study the growing imbalance because of vehicle population. Road infrastructure remains nearly constant, congestion levels are intensifying, and environmental pressures are increasing daily. Despite carrying lakhs of passengers, public transport systems are under strain, while the surge in private vehicle ownership continues to worsen traffic conditions and pollution levels. So, with this study, we had the following objectives of the study. Number one, to analyze key transport indicators influencing urban mobility in Mumbai. Number two, to examine the relationship between transport infrastructure and the environment. Number three, to study relationships between public transport systems and smart mobility systems. Number four, to identify major challenges arising out of vehicle growth and infrastructure constraints. And number five, to share ideas for enhancing sustainable urban transport system. Our research design was descriptive and analytical in nature. We had used secondary data sources, and the analytical tools that we used to do this study were transport indicator analysis, comparative evaluation of infrastructure and vehicle growth, spider radar diagram for mobility performance assessment, and conceptual economic modeling of transport and productivity. So the first table, or to achieve the first objective, we did an analysis of transport indicators for urban mobility and environmental sustainability. The results are there on the screen. So we saw that the road length was approximately 2000 kilometers. So this has been nearly constant because there cannot be a growth in the road infrastructure. Total number of vehicles registered in the recent times are around 50 lakh, 46 to 50 lakh vehicles in the city. The density is 2,300 vehicles per kilometer of road. Daily new vehicle registrations are approximately 193 cars and 460 bikes per day. And this is growing continuously because of various reasons. The best bus fleet indicator is approximately 2,900 buses. The daily bus ridership is 33 lakh passengers. Road transport carbon emissions is 5 to 6 tons kilometer per kilometer of road, which is the highest emission in any of the metro cities around the world. And average vehicle density is around 1150 per kilometer, which was the one in 2014 to 2,300 kilometer in 2024, which has nearly doubled within a decade. Now, so what new infrastructures that are we looking at? So the metro lines, there are three major operational metro corridors, which is a boon for the city. Existing metro length is 60 kilometers and planned is around 300 plus kilometers. The key corridors that we have in Mumbai are line 1 is Versova Ghatkopar, line 2A, line 7, line 3 are all under development. So the transition from an unplanned city to a planned smart mobility system is on its way. Now, this spider radar diagram was a part of our diagram offers a holistic assessment of Mumbai's urban transport system across 6 critical dimensions: accessibility, efficiency, environmental sustainability, affordability, safety, and technology integration. This indicates that Mumbai scores relatively high in accessibility and affordability, primarily due to the extensive suburban railway network and cost effective bus services which cater to millions of daily commuters. However, the scores for efficiency, sustainability, and safety highlight challenges. High vehicle density, limited road expansion, and traffic congestion reduce overall transport efficiency and increase travel time. Similarly, emissions and pollution levels are also high. Safety concerns exist due to road congestion and gaps in pedestrian infrastructure. The technology integration score 7 reflects moderate progress through initiatives like digital ticketing, intelligent traffic management systems, though further integration is required.
Ma'am,
Overall,
please be precise and wind up.
Okay,
Conclude your
okay.
results.
Yes, I come to the conclusion. The urban mobility and environmental sustainability are closely linked in cities like Mumbai. Rising vehicle density and limited infrastructure are key mobility challenges. Despite strong public usage, congestion and pollution remains the major issue. Sustainable solutions like metro expansion, EVs, and smart planning are essential for further development. With this, I come to an end for the presentation.
Gurjeet ma'am, Manu sir, any questions?
So, can you please tell us, okay, at the micro level, you have given certain suggestions, but what about the meso level?
So, ma'am,
What would be your suggestions? Yeah.
see, we do need, in a city like Mumbai, we do need smart mobility systems because there's a lot of overcrowding, traveling, pollution, and majorly private vehicle ownership is contributing really bad to the environment also. So, government is spending a lot on this infrastructure as of now, and we look forward to this infrastructure development because we need to have the transport systems in place in the financial capital of the country.
So the one most cost economic solution for your study, what would it be? So what would be the cost economic, you know?
If we look at a cost economic solution, it has to be usage of there was a monorail line which was there in Mumbai, but the route that was there for the existing monorail line was not contributing much to the traffic because the route was a lesser used route. So if we try to use the monorail network like the metros are being developed, that would be a cost effective solution in my opinion.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next presenter, S3005, Hanish Kukreja. Please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Is the screen visible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay.
Start.
So the topic for my research paper was artificial intelligence and investor decision making, evidence from the perspective of the behavioral biases. So basically, I've taken the behavioral biases as the main variable, and I tried to analyze if artificial intelligence is moderating any differences in the decision making during trading. So basically, the main objective is to measure the direct effect of the uh, behavioral biases on the individual investment. So the total study can be divided into two parts. One is what is the direct impact of the behavioral bias on the decision making of an investor. Second is will machine learning or AI have any moderating effect or any changes in the decision of the trading taken by the machine. So in the first scenario, the people are taking the decision, the investors. In the second scenario, the machines are taking the decision. So are there any differences in the behavioral biases? The methodology basically focuses upon the SEM, PLS SEM we have used. 462 investor we have taken the data of. So basically the study depends upon the primary data completely. We floated it to many people. 462 people responded it in a proper way. This is the finding, but I'll come to finding at the later stage. I'll directly come to the methodology. So basically, the methodology we have used is 462 people are the primary data that we have collected, out of which 51% are male and 40% are female. And the sampling we have used is convenience and snowball sampling. So people we have identified who trade regularly, and then people whom they know have referred to the other people. So that is the sampling we have done. The complete data we have analyzed using the smart PLS4, PLS SEM we have used in this approach. The Herman single factor test was used, wherein the result was 21%, which is well below the 50% threshold. So that shows that the data can be used for the further research. The variance inflation factor VIF is below 3. So again, that is confirmed. And the HTMT ratio was verified at 0.85 across all the constructs. Now, there were total 10 hypotheses that we built in this research. The first 5 were what are the decisions taken by the investors directly, and what are the different behavioral biases that impact the behavioral decision. The hypothesis 6 to 10. Now, in 6 to 10, we have included the AI adoption. So, does inclusion of AI have some moderating effect on the behavioral biases towards taking the investment decision? So the first 5 hypotheses talk about the investment decision by the trader. The 6th to 10th hypothesis talk about the investment decision taken through the artificial intelligence, and to check out if there is some moderation, if there is some impact of the AI. So, can we introduce the machine logic successfully over the structural link between the human flaw and the financial action? Is what the research all about. Now, this is the result part, which is most important and where we should focus upon. So, the empirical study from first to 5 hypothesis, all the 5 biases exhibit statistically significant and positive direct impact on the investment decisions. So, like all the investment decision we take, so these biases are impacting when the investor is directly taking the decision. When we talk about the hypothesis 6 to hypothesis 10, in that the AI is integrated in the decision making. So now, when we integrated AI, what we found was the anchoring and the herd mentality, these two biases were reduced significantly. So they were successfully mitigated. So these two biases, the impact of these two biases was successfully reduced. So AI was successfully able to intercept and break the cognitive chain for the information processing. But the remaining 3 biases, the representative bias, overconfidence bias, and the loss aversion bias, these 3 were statistically insignificant. That is, these were failed to mitigate. So the even using AI, we were not able to mitigate these 3 remaining behavioral biases. So the machine learning can fix the bad information processing, but it cannot cure the main human nature. So then in the discussion part, we very detailed explain what can be the reason. A few study also explored this, that when we talk about the data, because the anchoring and the herding are basically about what happened in the past and what other people are doing. So depending upon the recent data, like recently the silver prices were increasing like anything, so everybody started entering into that. So herd mentality, and people who were looking at the just previous price, what is the price of the silver in the last 1 year, what return it has given. So the anchoring and the herding, they basically focus upon the recent data or the data which is available. So when we talk about the analysis of the data, the machine learning wins because it is better at analyzing the data. But when we talk about the loss aversion bias, the overconfidence bias, and the representative bias, in such condition, the even the machine learning is not able to overcome the result, and basically the biases are still present in the result. So the current findings, they find that behavioral biases can be reduced by inclusion of AI, but they cannot be completely mitigated. And this research was completely taken in the Indian market, so no foreign investor were approached for it. Also, the AI we have used, or the AI data that we collected from people, that usually refers to the current date or bit past date data. The future robo advisors are expected to be more advanced, and so yes, that data is yet not included in the research. So that is it from my side.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hanish. So I'm just wondering, you said the moderation of AI, right?
Yes, ma'am.
If I would say that it is the mediation in your case, how would you justify that moderation?
Ma'am, the study was about how the AI will impact the decision. So that is giving a moderating impact, the changes in the decision that an investor will take because of AI.
No, because from your analysis, what I could get is that, it is the mediation. Mediation means the actually the role being played by AI, in connecting the independent with the dependent variable.
Right, ma'am.
So it is not showing, because since you are claiming that AI plays a role of a moderator, so as a moderator, AI has to either enhance or it has to reduce the
Right.
impact of independent variable on the dependent variable. So there where, I feel confused whether AI is playing a role of a moderator or a mediator.
Okay. I got your point, ma'am.
Mhm.
So, okay. We took it as the moderating variable, but yes, it
Mhm.
can be mediator as well.
Yeah, because mediator means that, the existence of the relationship between independent and dependent is because of the third variable, which in your
But
case
ma'am,
it
in
is
the
AI.
first case that we identified, there was no use of AI. After, in the second case, like from hypothesis 6 to 10, we introduced
Yes,
AI.
when you introduced AI, right?
Right, ma'am.
So introduction of the third variable means how
Okay,
the
got it.
original relationship gets changed.
Changed. Correct. Right, ma'am. I got it, ma'am.
So kindly think over it, right?
Sure, sure, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next participant, S4002, Purva Jain and Dr. Chavi Jain. Please share your screen.
Namaskar, ma'am. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. A very warm welcome to my session chair and to my humble university who has given me a chance to present my views on the topic AI-enabled digital HR systems and workforce reskilling in this India's digital economy. This is the background of my study. I've studied the Niti Aayog report, which was actually talking about how the change in work, change in workers, and change in workforce is coming up, is required in the upcoming economic transitions. These are the statements supporting my study background. I straightly come to the major challenge concerning the largest youth economy, that is India. When someone say, don't worry, AI isn't here to steal your job. But then, as a psychology, in our human mind, we come to a thought that, but someone who knows how to use AI like a pro, like a person who is very much skilled in this field, can take away my job. And that's the scenario actually which the world is facing and which India is also going to be facing in the coming years. So, why this study? The digital transformation reshaping global economies under Industry 5.0. India is the largest youth centric economy with missions like Digital India, Skill India missions, and how AI enabled HR systems playing HR as the strategic role in an organizations can be used for personalized reskilling of the current employees and how to develop the skills which can be incorporated to the youth, to the employable youth, so that they can come up as a strong competitors in the global economy. I have studied the research articles which in which I have studied the fragmented research on psychological pathways to adaptability to the human centric approach of AI. Here in my study, in my paper, I have actually tried to build up a model which can give an answer into an integrated form. The three theoretical pillars which I have taken, the theories are self-determination
Please
theory.
focus on your objectives, methodology, and conclusion. And
Fine,
be
ma'am.
precise.
Sure, ma'am. Sure. So, coming back to the objective of the study, here is to examine the AI and HR system impact, to investigate psychological mechanisms, to analyze adaptable capability development, and to develop an integrated framework. The proposed framework here I have suggested is how Digital India and Skill India mission can be supported by AI enabled digital HR systems, psychological mediators, reskilling agility, adaptive workforce, and the moderators which affect them, like digital infrastructure, organizational readiness, and the support which they can have. These are the research hypotheses I have given taken as a five hypotheses here. The research methodology I've used here is SLR SPAR 4 approach, in which in the search I have taken the Scopus and Taylor and Francis and Niti Aayog and Indian reports as well, which supports my research. Then I have gone through Prisma framework. I have done the thematic analysis using VOS-Viewer bibliographic analysis as well. This is a Prisma flowchart which I have followed. 1330 records were identified, duplicate records were removed, inclusion exclusion criteria was met up, and then the final study include 260 articles. This is the co-occurrence network which has been built by VOS-Viewer, which precisely support my study that the articles which I've studied are having the main keywords and the main findings which I want to support in my model. The thematic clusters came up are the 5 major, which I have shown here, and how the current trends of the publication papers are going up from 2015 to 2025. Now, the major research questions I tried to cover here are: how do AI enabled HR systems satisfy employee psychological needs of autonomy, competency, and intrinsic motivation? Personalization, real-time feedback, connectivity, these all gives you a kind of that's why we go to a Starbucks coffee. When we have the customized cup with us having our name, it gives us the sense of experience, and our psychology goes, okay, this is for me, particularly focused on me. That's how organizations can also work with psychology of human. And how does psychological need satisfaction drive reskilling agility in Indian digital workforce? People are
Please
having
conclude.
Yes, ma'am. So the final conclusion here is that integration of human-centric framework proposed for India's digital workforce can only bring the sustainability change in the environment, and only with this we can come to an economy where the unemployment can't be a major problem, but the reskilling and new skilling of the workforce can be done. The one quote I want to present here is: Digital India. Yes, Digital India needs a human heart, and technology can only enables, psychology can empower, and people can transform. Thank you. That's why people's oriented approach has to be done. Future directions is we can have a quantitative empirical study on this my model which I've given, which I'm planning to do in future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Purva Jain. So my simple question to you is how AI-enabled HR systems or how AI-generated, systems is going to change the fate of the Indian university teachers. So in what way do you think that, reskilling and learning agility will help us to cope up with this type of situation? This is a digital transformation or a type of disruptive transformation. So how are we going to sustain our own jobs in the near
Yes,
future?
this sector I haven't studied particular, ma'am. The sector oriented study is yet to be done on this topic. But yes, being a professor myself, the challenge I'm facing is students have answers through AI every time we teach a new concept and they have an answer. So we should go more into the case study approach, where the practical world situation, practical industrial situations we can give them, and then we can ask them to have the answers of that questions and practical scenarios. That is the major thing which I am doing in the class, and it is giving me results, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thank you.
Next presenter S4003 Radhe Sharma. Radhe Sharma. S4003, are you there
Yes.
in the meeting?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Please share your screen.
Ma'am, I didn't see where from where.
Okay, then wait. You can now present.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm presenting my paper on how women entrepreneurship acts as a social catalyst in promoting inclusive growth and sustainable development. Entrepreneurship plays a key role in economic development. In recent years, women entrepreneurs have emerged as important contributors not only economically but also socially. Despite progress, women entrepreneurs still face many barriers. This creates a need to study their role beyond business as agents of social change. The study focuses on understanding how women entrepreneurs contribute to economic inclusion and sustainability. And previous studies highlights that women entrepreneurs contribute significantly to development, but integrated analysis is still limited. Most studies analyzes these concepts separately. This research attempts to connect them in a single framework. According to this framework shows that women entrepreneurship acts as a catalyst, linking economic empowerment with inclusive and sustainable outcomes. This study is based on secondary data and focuses on analyzing existing literature to draw meaningful insights. The findings shows that women entrepreneurs contribute not just economically but also socially and environmentally. Women entrepreneurs brings social information transformation but still face multiple structural challenges. The policy implication support should be supportive policies are essential to strengthen women entrepreneurship and maximize its impact. The conclusion is women entrepreneurship plays a vital role in building an inclusive and sustainable economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Radhe. So you have
Yes,
not
ma'am.
talked about your methodology. Is it still at a conceptual stage?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you list few challenges which are being faced by the women entrepreneurs in India?
Yes, ma'am. Like financial constraint, digital device, cultural norms, etc.
Okay. So what about the role of a family? Does family
Family,
play
ma'am,
any role? Yes.
sorry, ma'am, I couldn't hear.
I'm saying, does family play any role in strengthening
Yes,
the...
ma'am.
Okay, what is that
Woman
role?
entrepreneur. Ma'am, if family is supportive, then she can uh, a little uh, support and she can do something frequently. मीन्स कि वो उनको ज्यादा अच्छे से वो उस काम में आगे बढ़ सकती है अगर फैमिली सपोर्ट करती है तो उनके लिए आगे किसी भी एंटरप्रेन्योर को अगर सपोर्टिव फैमिली का सपोर्ट मिलता है तो वो आगे वो काम कर सकते हैं अच्छे से एक बैरियर कम हो जाता है सोशल रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी और फैमिली रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी शेयर हो जाती है तो वो अपना ध्यान ज्यादा अपने बिजनेस पे इन पे कवर कर सकती है
Okay, thank you.
थैंक यू मैम
Next presenter S4017, Vaishali Patel and Lavina Dharmavani. Vaishali and Lavina. We move on to next presentation. S4004, Akanksha Jaiswal. Akanksha Jaiswal. Next, S4006, Sayantani Chakrabarti. S4006.
Yes, ma'am.
Please share your screen.
Yes, doing that on it. Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
Not yet, ma'am. Where it gone wrong? Is my screen visible now?
Yes, yes, please.
Okay. Shall I start, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. I think the sound is getting echoed, right?
Yes.
I don't know why. Why? Anyways. Okay. My name is Dr. Shantani. Today, the topic of my presentation is the integration of purpose-driven branding and the corporate governance. Now, I'll start with a very fundamental self-introspective question. Why do some organizations survive crises with their reputation enhanced, while others, despite having the same resources or better than them, simply collapse? The answer lies not in the financial performances or financial buffets or the crisis management manuals. Something found in very, very fundamental things. The authenticity of the organizational purpose and the governance structures that either protect the organization from the crisis or let it be collapsed. So, welcome to my presentation. This topic is basically a conceptual framework where I amalgamate purpose-driven branding aspect based on the corporate purpose and the corporate governance. So what is the pain point of the topic, or what is the gap? So at present, we have seen pandemic, we have been seeing the wars and the other volatile things in the world. Corporations relentlessly, they kept on losing their authenticity, credibility, their trustworthiness, and people, they are losing their faith on the corporations. Now, at this moment, two things are very important. One is the paradox. The paradox of the amalgamation between the corporate governance and the corporate purpose. The literature said that corporate governance used to have four things. One is foundations, one is stakeholder integration, what is the sustainability, and on the resilience. The resilience, the foundations basically talks about the agency theory, which has a little bit of intertwined with the stakeholder part and the sustainability aspect and the resilience. That means when the setback comes, when the organization they bounce back, they are the resilient organization. Entire flow chart is basically all the corporate governance. Coming to the corporate driven branding, this is basically the corporate branding or corporate purpose driven. This is basically
Please focus on your objectives, findings,
yes,
and conclusion.
I'm just coming to that. One is the corporate foundation, the strategic branding, the stakeholder trust, and the purpose authenticity. These two amalgamated and based on the institutional theory, stakeholder theory, and organizational identity theory, this is the conceptual framework that I have proposed, and with the two moderators and two mediators. So it is basically the corporate purpose, authenticity, where the purpose-driven behavior, the stakeholder embeddedness, and the purpose clarity is being tested upon the two corporate governance outcome. One is corporate sustainability performance, and the one is organizational resilience aspect. Is the mediator, the stakeholder theory, the stakeholder trust capital, and the dynamic governance capability. The dynamic governance capability basically based on the dynamic capability paper based on the Tees et al. And the stakeholder trust capital basically based on the organizational identity aspect theory that Albert and Wetter 1985. So the two prospect moderators, institutional complexity and the transformational leadership orientation, basically based on the institutional theory and the stakeholder theory by Freeman and the Powell 1983. The discussion or key theoretical contribution and the managerial implication basically this conceptual framework has to be tested and the main gap or the
Please
issue of
conclude.
testing. I am concluding that the main it's getting the cut the flow. Okay. This conceptual framework has to be tested in my future research with the proper measurement and the scales. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Can you please show me your model one more time?
Yes,
Because I'm a little bit confused. Why are you considering dynamic capability theory as a mediator?
Theory as not.
Because you're talking about
I
its
don't know why it
component
is very
sensing,
echoing,
seizing,
very
and
disturbing and
reconfiguring.
irritating.
Yeah.
Very echoing.
So
I don't know why.
mediator two, mediator one
Yes,
makes sense that you are
ma'am, I said the dynamic capability theory. Based on that, I prepared the government dynamic governance capabilities.
Okay,
Because
that's
the
okay. But you cannot change the foundations of the theory, right? So
correct.
you cannot change the theory at by empirically testing it, you cannot change the theory. Yes, you can always advance the theory by using qualitative research, any of the qualitative research methods.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I do not think that, dynamic governance capabilities can serve as a mediator here
Okay.
because your entire model can be structured in this theory. So you talked
Okay.
about the dynamic capability theory, you talked about the stakeholder theory. So, I mean, these are the theories in which, based on which, you can always devise your framework, conceptual framework can be grounded in these theories, but you cannot treat these theories as the mediator or the moderator. Are you getting it? So
Understood. Absolutely.
kindly think over it. And when
Yes,
you
ma'am.
talk about the institutional complexity as a moderator, so what are you proposing here basically?
Institutional complexity, basically, I just wanted to incorporate policy related or corporate governance related any construct. I have not yet found the proper construct. These are the indicators or these are the aspects that has to be has in that construct. So that's why institutional complexity I plan to use as a moderator.
Okay, so this moderator one, institutional complexity. So is it something to do with the, I mean, is what is there in the institutional theory?
Yes, ma'am. This is the DiMaggio Powell theory. Yes.
Okay, that is the institution. So kindly, I would suggest you that, kindly consider these theories, institutional theory,
Okay.
stakeholder theory, organizational identity theory, and the DCT also, so that, you
Basically,
can
ma'am,
have a proper conceptual theoretical framework for your study.
Understood. So, ma'am,
Right?
basically, what I wanted to do, that based on the institutional theory, what I
Hmm.
wanted to see that how corporate purpose get institutionalized. It completely embedded in the corporate identity and the values and is a principles, or it is only symbolically get adopted and used as a tangent or a
Hmm.
bifurcated activities related to the company. So that's why this is the institutional theory. I just found one construct, and based on that, I just want to incorporate as a moderator one.
Okay. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Participants are requested to adhere strictly to the time limit. You have 4 minutes to present. Please focus on objective methodology and findings of your research. Next participant S4017, Vaishali Patel and
Yes,
Lavina
madam.
Dharmavan.
Yes, madam. Am I audible, madam?
Yes, you are
Yes.
audible. Please share your screen.
Yes, madam. Give me 2 minutes, madam.
Please start your presentation. Share your
Yes,
screen.
yes, madam. Yes, madam, I'm trying. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Vaishali Patel from School of Commerce and Management, Dr. Subhash University, Junagadh. Here I am presenting my topic and presentation also. The topic is related to actually faculty turnover and its influence on students' learning behavior and academic engagement, and empirical study. This study focuses on
Can you please share your PPTs?
Yes, madam. 1 minute. Now is it visible, madam? My screen.
Not yet.
It is not visible?
No.
Oh my goodness.
Share the screen.
Sorry, madam.
I'm going to share the screen.
Okay, I am sharing you. I have sent you through WhatsApp, madam, in personal chat.
So ma'am has shared, Dr. Shifali has already shared your screen. Can you please start your presentation? Can you see the
Okay,
screen?
madam. Okay, madam.
Are the PPTs visible to you?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Okay. Please start.
Please focus on objective methodology and your
Yes,
key
madam.
findings.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam. Due to time constraint, I am going to start my presentation with objectives only. So now let's move to next slide, that is objectives. This slide explains the main objective of the study. The first objective is to study the extent of faculty turnover, meaning how often teachers change. The second is to analyze its impact on students' learning. So there are so many reasons because of which teachers are oftenly change their jobs. That is due to job dissatisfaction or higher growth. So there are so many various reasons. In that, the third is to examine its effect on academic engagement, such as participation in class activities. Another objective is to understand its impact on student motivation. Finally, the study looks at how students cope and adjust. Overall, these objectives help understand the full impact of faculty turnover on students. Now, moving to next methodology, that is next slide, that is methodology. This is an empirical study based on primary data collected from 100 undergraduate and postgraduate students. So I have taken 100 student sample from undergraduate and postgraduate level. A structured questionnaire was prepared or used for data collection, ensuring consistency. Convenience sampling was applied based on availability. For analysis, percentage and regression methods were used to examine the impact of faculty turnover on students' learning behavior and academic engagement. Now moving to next slide, that is key findings. In this slide, I present the key findings of my study. Many students reported experiencing frequent faculty changes, and such changes are happen specifically in private colleges and universities, showing that turnover is common. It was found that motivation decreases when teachers change often, reducing interest in studies. Students also shift towards exam-oriented learning instead of deep understanding. That is much necessary nowadays. So whenever you want to, being a student, whenever we want to study or learn anything, the conceptual or basic or deep knowledge must require. Class participation becomes low as students feel less comfortable with new teachers. Obviously, new teachers can adjust and it takes too much time. Additionally, undergraduate students are more affected than postgraduate students due to their need for more guidance. Just like a student going to nursery or primary session, graduate students are suffering from same problem. They don't have enough knowledge, enough experience how to cope up with new teachers, sorry. Overall, the finding shows that faculty turnover negatively impacts students' learning behavior and academic engagement. Moving to next slide, that is statistical results. That is next slide is related to statistical result. In this slide, I will explain the main result of regression analysis in a simple way. First, the value of R square is 0.37. That is, this means that about 37% of the change in students' learning behavior and academic engagement can be explained by faculty turnover. In simple word, faculty turnover has a noticeable impact, but there are also other factors affecting students, like interest of the family income. So there are so many other factors. Second, the model is statistically significant as the p-value is less than 0.05. This means the results are reliable and not due to chance. So we can say that faculty turnover truly affects students. Finally, there is a negative relationship between faculty turnover and students' learning behavior and engagement. This means that as faculty turnover increases, students' learning and engagement decreases. So overall, the analysis clearly shows that frequent teacher changes have a negative and significant impact on students. So at the time of conclusion, faculty stability is very important for better learning and student engagement. Institutions should focus on retention strategies to keep good teachers by providing support and positive work environment, because this is must require. Being a teacher, I experiencing the same thing. So I recommend that work environment should be encourageable or provide motivation. There is also a need for, the same thing is applied by Google headquarters. There is also a need for proper transition system so that students do not face problems when teachers change. Finally, the use of technology and support systems can help students continue their learning smoothly. Overall, reducing faculty turnover is essential to maintain quality education. Thank you from my side.
Okay, thank you very much. So, according to you, because you have suggested the retention strategies, because it has very negative impact on the learning, and the faculty turnover has a negative impact on the
Yes,
learning
madam.
and the engagement of the students.
Yes,
So, which factors are contributing significantly towards the faculty turnover? Are you talking about the monetary or the non-monetary incentives? What are the factors which
Madam,
contribute significantly towards the faculty turnover? Why the faculty is actually, moving so frequently?
okay. As per my experience, if I am talking about myself, I never give priority to any salary or monetary aspect. When I am satisfied with my job, my level of performance per day, then secondary, the thing is matter to me, that
Job
is salary.
satisfaction also has this component of, salary and other incentives or,
Yes,
revenue.
definitely. That is definitely true. You are saying right thing, but from my side, what I experience, teaching is my passion, madam, first of all. So I always give priority to my performance level, and quality
So
must be maintained.
gender disparity can exist.
Yes, madam.
Did you
Still we
find
are
any
suffering.
difference?
Yes, madam. Still we are suffering from the same thing. Not in my university, but I have lots of time I have seen these kind of problems in very much many colleges.
So have you considered gender as a factor, which can actually reduce this problem? Maybe,
Yes, madam. For
okay.
female faculties, there are so many restrictions.
Mm.
Still, they have to do some work, or what we say that they have to do hard work, having some health issues also.
Okay, fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam.
Next presenter, S4010, Sarvesh Srivastav.
Yes, ma'am.
Please share your screen.
That is visible?
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. My name is Sarvesh Srivastava. I am an MBA student. So today I am going to talk about my topic, which is basically about consumer buying behavior for organic food. So come to the introduction. Nowadays people are become more health conscious. They want to eat safe. Sorry. They want to eat safe and chemical free food. Because of this, the demand of organic food is increasingly. But everyone buy it, so people think it is expensive, so it is not easily available, and people does not really trust it. However, actual prices depend upon the multiple factors like price and affordability, availability, trust in organic food certification, and other things. Then come to the next slide. That is the objective. The main objective of my study was to understand how consumers think while buying organic food. I want to know how people decide whether the organic food or not. To find out the main factor that affect buying decision, first uh, health awareness, environment concern, price, availability, and quality. Then that is a literature review, ma'am. That is my topic is based on secondary data. So I read a multiple papers. Then come to the research methodology. In research methodology, that is my secondary data. So I collect information from research paper, journals, and online sources, and then analyze the data to understand the common pattern. So basically, I focus on factor like health, environment, price, quality, and trust. Key variable: health awareness, environment concern, price, quality, availability, and trust. Analysis method. Then the finding is basically I found that health is the biggest reason why people buy organic food. Like people think it is safe, better than our body, and that is a environment concern is the most important because the main problem is price. Higher the price, so people cannot buy it easily. And then come to my final slide, that is conclusion. I can say that this study clearly show that consumer buying behavior for organic food mainly depend upon the health, environment, product quality. Out of all these, health is the most important factor because people want safe, chemical-free, and nutritious food. Also, environment concern is growing, and many people prefer eco-friendly products. But there is a major problem: high price and difficult to purchase is people because people does not afford organic food, and limitation in availability. Lack of trust is another issue because people does not always sure if the product is truly organic or inorganic. Overall, increasing consumer education, improving accessibility, and ensure transparency is leveling and significant enhance the adaptation of organic food in the market. Thank you, ma'am. That's all for today, myself.
Thank you. Next presenter is S4012 Shikha Rawat.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are audible. Please share your screen.
Sure, ma'am. Screen share. Ma'am, just a moment. Just a moment, ma'am. Is my screen audible, ma'am? Oh, visible, ma'am? Is it visible, ma'am?
No. Yes, now it is visible.
Okay, ma'am. So myself, Shikha Rawat, I'm the research scholar from Graphic Era deemed to be University Dehradun, and I'm pursuing PhD under the supervision of Dr. Anugrah Ruini Lal, ma'am. So basically, there's a global shift towards renewable sources due to several factors like climate change and and other factors also. So to fight them all, solar energy is strong alternative. So it is quietly known that policy frameworks, various policies have been framed like Mukhyamantri Saur Swarojgar Yojana, PM Surya Ghar Muft Bijli Yojana, MSSY. So basically, it has left a deep impact on the women society, like a shift from kerosene. Like earlier, they used to highly dependent upon kerosene, and now they have a better solution in the form of solar energy for better household productivity. They can also devote their quality time with their children so that they can help with the academics, and also in case of their mobility, in the form of solar energy, they are lighting facilities and all that, through which their safety can be improved, and also indoor air pollution is reduced, which has resulted in good health benefits. So objectives of my study is to examine the possible factors which make the districts of Dehradun and Haridwar the potential hubs of solar panels installation, analysis of government initiatives and the implications for the local communities of Dehradun and Haridwar, and finally to evaluate the role of women of Uttarakhand in economic growth and development. So this is my background of this study, which has an immediate call for serious actions which needs to be taken to challenge environmental issues. And solar energy is also the best alternative to fulfill the needs to attain SDGs, like SDG 17 stands for affordable and clean energy, and SDG 13, which signifies climate action. So now why Dehradun? Because it is a capital city and it is mix of rural and urban demand, high adoption in household schools, and training and jobs in solar installation and maintenance. Haridwar, because it is an industrial hub including Sitkul and a huge religion tourism center, and it also fulfills the need for solar in public places, street lighting, ashrams and temples. So the factors affecting economic diversity and high solar adoption potential, demand supply gap. So down research methodology, I have adopted secondary data for it. The government reports like UPCL, Uttarakhand Power Corporation Limited, MNRE, UREDA, State Renewable Energy Policies, and the scheme implementation data from Mukhyamantri Saur Swarojgar Yojana, research papers, journals, and data from UREDA, UPCL. Like I have visited these offices and collected data myself. Uttarakhand
Please
State
adhere
Solar
strictly to the
Policy.
time limit and
Yeah,
conclude.
yeah, ma'am, sure. These are the few data which I have collected from various schemes. Women employment rate in Uttarakhand was also portrayed in this scheme only. So these are few, and then there's Nisbat, which actually works for the empowerment of women, because to promote the entrepreneurship and small business development among the women community. And then there's the status of PM, which clearly shows that there's a wide adoption possibilities by the women, especially by the women. Which clearly shows that the entrepreneur women are highly encouraged to enter into the entrepreneurship field, and they can also they can also come and in the same level as men are. So finally, the conclusion is that the study basically highlights the transformative pattern of renewable energy in shaping the socio-economic and environmental landscape of Uttarakhand. Economic terms, the significance is that solar panel adoption has reduced electricity costs for household and industries, providing opportunities for self-employment through schemes like MSSY and PM Kusum. It encourages youth entrepreneurship also in solar installation. Social terms, the availability of clean and reliable energy has improved children's education by enabling evening study, and also enhanced women's safety and reduced health risk linked with kerosene and firewood usage. And also it has environmental impact in the form of a reduction in total dependence on fossil fuels, minimizing carbon emissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Next
ma'am.
presenter is S4014, Simran Bhaskar. Simran Bhaskar. S4014.
Second.
Simran Bhaskar,
Yes, ma'am.
please share your screen and start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
And kindly adhere strictly to the time limit.
Ma'am, my screen is visible.
Not yet.
Ma'am, visible?
Not yet. Now it is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, visible?
Yes, it is visible.
No.
No. Conclusion.
Yes, yes, yes.
Can you
yes.
start from? Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Today I am here to present my topic, Terracotta Craft as a Pathway to Sustainable Development, Empowering Women Entrepreneurs Through Traditional Art Forms. Ma'am, introduction. Terracotta is a traditional clay-based craft. It is made from natural clay used handmade methods, one of the oldest.
Can you please
Art.
share your objectives?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Objective to identify the issue and challenges faced by artisans involved in terracotta industry, Gorakhpur, UP, to explore the role of women as entrepreneurs in terracotta craft clusters, moving beyond the role of artisans or helps. Research methodology. Terracotta craft is one of the most ancient traditional art forms participated in many rural areas. This study explored the development of terracotta marketing in India. The nature of the research is both exploratory and descriptive. This study is conceptual in nature. This study is based on secondary data. The data has been collected from books, published reports of government, NABARD, census, surveys, newspapers, literature reviews, studies, and journals available online. Example case study. uh, In Gorakhpur, there is called Ansiman Terracotta, where a woman entrepreneur has been worked from 18 years. This shows that women can successfully run business in this field. Similar techniques for making terracotta art and crafts. The chart below shows the price list of various handicraft items in tablet forms. Ma'am, conclusion. To conclude, terracotta is not just an art but also a source of income. It helps rural women become financially independent. It supports sustainable development because it is eco-friendly. With better government supports, digital tools, and market access, this sector can grow even more. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you, Simran. Next participant S4016, Bini Anil.
Yeah, ma'am. Am I audible? Hello,
Yes,
ma'am.
you are. Yes, you are audible.
Yeah, can you
Please
see
share
my
your
PPT?
Ma'am?
Not yet.
Hello?
Please share your screen.
Share, sir. Ma'am, is it all?
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah. Good afternoon, madam and our fellow researchers. I am Bini Anil Pillai. My topic is reservation as a constitutional tool for bridging poverty, inequality, and fostering inclusive development in India. My study has 4 objectives. Next one. First one, to examine reservation as a constitutional mechanism to understand its role in substantive equality, to analyze the judicial evolution, and also to evaluate its impact on inclusive development. So the methodology we adopted is doctrinal methodology, analyzing constitutional provisions, landmark Supreme Court cases, government reports, and critically engaging with the debates surrounding reservation. Constitutional framework rests on Articles 14, 15, 16, Article 46, protection of weaker sections, political reservations under Articles 330 and 332, EWS via 103rd Amendment. The supporting cases are State of Madras versus Chembagam Rajan, 1951, Indira Swani case, where a creamy layer and 50% cap was established, exclusion of creamy layer and 50% total reservation was established. The name Nagraj case and recent cases EWS and subclassification. So our major findings show that reservation has improved access to education and jobs and created a middle class within marginalized groups. But there is unequal benefit distribution and it has the limited reach beyond public sector. Next are the key challenges. Key challenges include creamy layer controversy, shrinking public sector jobs, exclusion of poorest sections, and persistent political and social tension. So, next is the implications. First, we need targeted and dynamic policies that address intra-group inequalities. Second, reservation should be combined with welfare and economic reforms. Third, there is a growing debate on whether reservation should be extended to private sector. Finally, we need data-driven evaluation. Conclusion. To conclude, reservation remains an essential constitutional tool, but it needs continuous refinement and also it cannot stand alone. It must be a part of a broader strategy, including education, healthcare, skill development, and economic reforms. The ultimate goal, as envisioned by Dr. Ambedkar, is to create a society where reservation is no longer necessary, a society of genuine equality. Thank you. Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you. Next
Thank you,
participant
madam.
S4018. S4018, Rupal Gupta and
Yes,
Professor
ma'am.
Ruchi Jain.
Yes, ma'am. My screen is visible?
Yes.
Hello. So, good afternoon, respected panel, members, and fellow participants. Today, I am presenting my research title, The Interplay of Emotional and Cultural Intelligence in Enhancing Virtual Team Performance, Evidences from the Indian IT Sector. Directly moving towards to the objective of this study. The objective of my study is to examine the level of emotional intelligence among employees in the virtual team, to access the level of cultural intelligence in a diverse work environment, to analyze the relationship between EI and CQ and virtual team performance, to evaluate the combined effect of EI and CQ on performance, to identify which factor, like either emotional intelligence or the cultural intelligence, has a strong influence on a team effectiveness. So it's a literature review. The research gap which I find is the limited study on combined role of EI and CQ has been studied till now. There's a lack of focus on virtual teams in the Indian IT sector. Need to understand their impact, like what exactly the impact of EI and CQ on the team performance. It's a conceptual framework of the EI and CQ, which will combinedly affect the virtual team performance. And these are the some key aspects or the competencies which were being included in the emotional intelligence, like the emotional awareness and regulation. Like the cultural intelligence, it is cultural adaptability and behavior flexibility. Virtual team includes combination, communication, collaboration, and the productivity. The research methodology of my research paper is the research design. We have used the descriptive and quantitative research design. The data I have collected from the primary and the secondary sources, population, employees in the Indian IT sectors, and the data has been collected through the questionnaire. Sampling, we have used the purposive sampling method. Sample size is 370 respondent. Tool is the structured questionnaire. The analysis we have used, that is SPSS, which will like really helpful in the descriptive correlation and regression analysis. Scale, we have used the 5-point Likert scale from like directly strongly agree to the strongly disagree. We have used EI. In EI, we have used 10 items like the emotional awareness, control, empathy. In the cultural intelligence, we have included metacognitive, cognitive, and motivational behavior. Performance, we have included 8 items like communication, collaboration, productivity. Like the data analysis, as we can see, the data analysis sample profile, we have taken 370 respondent, whereas 55.9% are male and 44.1% female. Majority age is 25 years to 34 years, and the
Please
work
come
mode
to
is
the
hybrid.
findings. Please come to the
Yes, ma'am.
findings.
So the findings, we have been find out that the key employees in the Indian IT sector show moderate level of emotional intelligence and cultural intelligence. Virtual team performance is relatively high. Both EI and CQ have a strong positive relationship with team performance. Emotional intelligence have a strong impact, and the key improvement areas are like conflict management, where we really need to work on like the conflict management, emotional regulation under pressure, and cross-cultural adaptability. Implications where we can apply all that, either in the like the organization sector, where we can apply in the EI and CQ training programs. Special focus is need on conflict management and emotional regulation skills. Managers should strengthen cross-cultural adaptability within the team. Leaders must demonstrate high EI to enhance communication and collaborations. HR practices should be integrated also in the EI and CQ, like in the recruitment and training programs and the leadership development program. Since EI has a stronger, as we have find out that the emotional intelligence has a strong impact, it should be prioritized in development initiatives. The conclusion of my study is the study conclude that employees in the Indian IT sector exhibit moderate level of emotional and cultural intelligence, both of which have significant impact and enhance virtual team performance. Despite these strengths, there are certain gaps like the conflict management, emotional regulations under pressure highlights the need for targeted organizational interventions. The limitations and future scopes, we can see the study is limited in Indian IT sector, like through the cross-sectional nature of the study. For future research, longitudinal study can be provided deeper insights and expanding research to other industrial sectors like healthcare, finance, and education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rupal.
Thank
Next
you.
participant, S4019.
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready.
Please share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone, and especially Chairperson, Professor Dr. Gurjit Kaur, and the other people present. Ma'am, Ma'am, is it visible? My screen is visible to you?
No, ma'am.
No? Just
No.
give me a second. Hello. Yeah, just a second, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just give me a second. I'll share the screen with you. Is it visible now? Hello?
Not yet.
1 second, ma'am. Second. Ma'am, is it visible now?
No, ma'am, it is not visible.
Ma'am,
Now
can you
I'm
do one the
I'm
okay,
sharing
yes,
this.
ma'am. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Is it visible now? It must be visible now for
I
everybody
have
because you
shared.
have shared it from. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Please start.
I'm message.
Please start your
Yes, ma'am.
presentation and be precise.
Yes, ma'am. I'm okay. I'm from Goa, and the objective of my topic of my study is effect of dramatization on academic achievement in social science among secondary school students of Goa in the post-COVID era. I will directly go to the objectives of my studies. The objectives behind this study was to compare the academic achievement of stressed students taught using dramatization method with those taught using the lecture method. And the second objective was to compare the academic achievement of male and the female stressed students taught using the dramatization method. Hypothesis of the study, they were the null hypothesis, and then the method which I followed was the survey cum quasi experimental non-randomized pre-test post-test control group design. Population of the study was from both the district of Goa, that is the North Goa district and the South Goa district. From each district, 4 talukas were selected, and from each taluka, 2 schools were selected of the standard 9 students. Okay, next, let us see the procedure, the procedure which I followed. Ma'am, please go to the procedure. It will be because it is required to be known. All the 3 divisions, that is the A, B, C division of the 9th standard, they were given the stress questionnaire in order to find out who are the students who are stressed in Goa or is studying in the Goa's classroom at the secondary school level after the post-COVID era. Those students, all the students, they were given a questionnaire called a stress questionnaire, which consists of 10 questions of 2 marks each. The students who scored about 18 marks in the test or in the stress questionnaire, they were called as the stress students. So like this, I got 103 students as the stress students. Of those, 51 were categorized as the experimental group and 52 were categorized as the control group. And over there, again, the bifurcation was based on the males and the females. 26 in the experimental group were males and 25 were the females. And in the control group of the 52, 27 were males and 25 were females. All these students, now the experimental group, they were taught by the dramatization method entirely for 1 week, particularly for 7 periods. And then the second group, which was the before this, the pre-test was given. The pre-test was on the chapter in the 9th standard called the French Revolution. Then the students were taught entirely for, as I told you, for 7 periods.
Ma'am, please
The
come to the
experimental.
findings. Come to the
Yes,
findings.
ma'am. Okay, okay, as you say, ma'am. Yeah, the findings are here. I found that the experimental group who was taught using the dramatization as the method, they scored better in the post-test than in the pre-test. In the same way, I also got the finding that the students who were taught by using the dramatization method, they scored better in the post test than the students who were taught by using the normal lecture method. And there was also a better performance of the female students than the male students those who were taught by using the dramatization method. That is what. So I would like to say and conclude that yes, dramatization method works very well with the students in the classroom today. Now when the this is the even after the post COVID era, the students, they are stressed. That is why the methods which will engage the students, which are student centric methods, should be used to teach students in the classroom. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, ma'am. Next presenter, S4020, Apurva Singh. S4020, Apurva Singh.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm just about to share my screen. Just a second. Just a moment, ma'am. Just a moment, ma'am. Oh. Ma'am, there's some error, I guess. It's not. There's some network issue, I guess. Just a second, ma'am.
Present without the PPT.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am, my topic is first of all, good afternoon to you, ma'am, and my fellow researchers. My PPT presentation, I'm presenting from Apex University, Jaipur. And my topic is linking history and culture with tourism on a brief study on Jodhpur. And my abstracts are like first we should get an introduction of Jodhpur, like from the tourism perspective. It's also known as the Blue City, rich in heritage of culture of Marwar. Study examines role of history and culture in tourism growth. And it's a blend of history, architecture, and living culture, founded by Rao Jodha in 1459. And the historical background is linked to Rathod dynasty. And the capital shifted from Mandor. Established marked was from Mehrangarh Fort, merged with Indian Union and after independence. And let's now talk about the cultural heritage. Like that is my topic. It's in rich traditions like music, dance, attire, and hospitality. Folk dances like Ghumar and Kalbelia, and we also have festivals like Marwar Festival, Gangor, Tej, Rif, and there are markets like Sadar Market and Clock Tower, and it's also very famous for handicrafts, Bandhani textiles, leather goods, and furniture. And the major tourist attractions are Mehrangarh Fort, Jaswant Thada, Mandor Gardens, Clock Tower, Kailana Lake. That's the only lake we have in Jodhpur. Rao Jodha Desert Rock Park. And but we also face tourism challenges like economical contributions, Rojgars, Sayojana, local business growth, heritage conservation support. And we also have some challenges that we need to take in mind, like overcrowding and environmental issues, urbanization pressure, maintaining cultural authenticity, overcrowding at heritage sites, urbanization and threats, cultural communication risks. And I would like to conclude by saying that Jodhpur is a perfect blend of history and culture, strong heritage tourism destination in India. It's a living traditions and monuments mixture that itself speaks about its unique identity. need for sustainable tourism and conservation. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Apurva.
And I'm
Next
sorry for
presenter.
there was some mistake for it's not showing, the PPT is not showing.
I have shared my screen.
Okay, you have shared my screen.
Yeah.
Okay. It was
Okay,
not
thank you.
visible from my side. There was some network issue. Sorry, ma'am.
No problem, no problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next presenter, S4021, Jyoti.
नमस्कार मैम. हेलो.
नमस्कार. Please share your screen.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है मैम आपको?
जी बिल्कुल आ रही है.
एक मिनट मैम, मैं स्क्रीन शेयर कर रही हूँ. हेलो. मैम स्क्रीन शेयर हो रही है मेरी?
जी हो रही है. आप प्लीज स्टार्ट करिए अपना प्रेजेंटेशन एंड प्लीज अडेयर स्ट्रिक्टली टू द टाइम लिमिट.
यस मैम. एंड अपेक्स यूनिवर्सिटी जयपुर से, और मेरी पीपीटी का शीर्षक है महिलाओं की ऐतिहासिक भूमिका सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक और राजनीतिक दृष्टि से बीकानेर के संदर्भ में. मेरी पीपीटी का शीर्षक है, यह प्रस्तुति महिलाओं की ऐतिहासिक भूमिका का विश्लेषण करती है. इसमें सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक एवं राजनीतिक क्षेत्रों में महिलाओं के योगदान को समझाया गया है. विशेष रूप से बीकानेर के संदर्भ में अध्ययन किया गया है. प्राचीन काल में महिलाओं की स्थिति. प्राचीन भारतीय समाज में महिलाओं को सम्मानजनक स्थान प्राप्त था. उन्हें शिक्षा प्राप्त करने, धार्मिक अनुष्ठानों में भाग लेने का पूरा अधिकार था. वैदिक काल में विदुषी महिलाएं जैसे गार्गी, मैत्री, लोपामुद्रा बौद्धिक विमर्शों में सक्रिय थी. महिलाएं केवल घरेलू कार्यों तक सीमित नहीं थी, बल्कि दार्शनिक और सामाजिक चर्चाओं में भी भाग लेती थी. इस काल में स्त्री पुरुष संबंध अपेक्षाकृत संतुलित और सम्मानजनक थे. मध्यकालीन स्थिति और सांस्कृतिक योगदान. मध्यकाल में सामाजिक कुरीतियों जैसे प्रथा प्रथा, बाल विवाह और सती प्रथा का प्रभाव बढ़ा. इसके कारण महिलाओं की स्वतंत्रता और सार्वजनिक जीवन में भागीदारी सीमित हो गई. फिर भी महिलाओं ने सांस्कृतिक परंपराओं को जीवित रखने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई. लोकगीत, लोक नृत्य और पारंपरिक कला के माध्यम से उन्होंने संस्कृति का संरक्षण किया. वीरता और सांस्कृतिक पहचान. राजस्थान की महिलाओं ने वीरता, त्याग और आत्मसम्मान का अद्वितीय उदाहरण प्रस्तुत किया. उन्होंने संकट के समय सामाजिक और नैतिक मूल्यों की रक्षा की. लोक संस्कृति जैसे माणिग्यार और लंगा परंपराओं को संरक्षित किया. हस्तशिल्प, कढ़ाई, बंधेज आदि के माध्यम से सांस्कृतिक पहचान को सशक्त बनाया. स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में महिलाओं की भूमिका. भारतीय स्वतंत्रता संग्राम में महिलाओं ने सक्रिय और महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई. नेताओं में सरोजिनी नायडू, कस्तूरबा गांधी जी और अरुणा आसफ अली शामिल है. महिलाओं ने जी मैम.
कम टू द कंक्लूजन.
मेरा निष्कर्ष ये है कि महिलाओं की भूमिका समय के साथ साथ निरंतर विकसित और परिवर्तनशील रही है. उन्होंने हर काल में सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक और राजनीतिक क्षेत्रों में अपना योगदान दिया है. बीकानेर की महिलाएं परंपरा और आधुनिकता का संतुलन बनाए रखे हैं. वे समाज के विकास और परिवर्तन की मुख्य आधारशिला है. सशक्त महिला, सशक्त समाज, जो एक प्रगतिशील राष्ट्र के निर्माण की कुंजी है. थैंक यू मैम.
Thank you. Next presenter is S4022, Shreya Bhatnagar.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Just sharing my screen. Is it visible, ma'am? Is the screen visible?
Yes,
Please
visible.
start presenting.
Okay, ma'am. So, good afternoon, one and all. Today, I'm here to present a paper co-authored with Dr. Anima Vaish titled Macroeconomic and Demographic Determinants of Public Health Expenditure in India and Econometric Analysis. So, public health expenditure, which is very crucial for health outcomes, productivity, and long-term growth. But despite that, and despite this sustained GDP growth, India's public health spending remains persistently low, which raises an important question that what actually drives public health expenditure in India, income growth or structural pressures? So the objectives of my study the objectives of my study is to identify the macroeconomic, demographic, health, labor market, and environmental determinants of public health expenditure in India, and to distinguish between long-term structural relationships and short-term adjustment dynamics, to assess whether economic growth automatically translates into higher public health spending. So the data, I've taken the annual data for India from 2000 to 2023, and the source is the World Development Indicators of World Bank, where my dependent variable is the current health expenditure, while the independent variables are GDP, CBR, IMR, age dependency, life expectancy, urbanization, unemployment, and CO2 emissions. I have chosen the ARDL methodology because it allows mixed order of integration, works well with small samples, and estimates long-run and short-run effects simultaneously. This is a flowchart for the time series ARDL model. Here you can see the unit root, the stationary test which was tested using the ADF, PP, and KPSS, where variables are a mix of I0 and I1 and no variable is I2. This ensures that the estimated relationship is econometrically valid. Here you can see the VAR lag order selection criteria, and the VAR1 specification is adopted for further analysis. The bound test, ARDL bound test, F statistic is 6.85, which exceeds the upper critical bound limit, which shows a stable long-run relationship exists between the public health expenditure and its determinants, which also confirms that health expenditure in India is not random. It follows a long-run structural force. So here the long results show that the age dependency, IMR, unemployment, as well as urbanization have a significant effect, whereas GDP is statistically insignificant in the long run, which directly challenges the Wagner hypothesis that income growth drives public health expenditure. So the public health expenditure is driven more by demographic pressure, labor market conditions, as well as health outcomes. Here the ECM results are negative and highly significant. So about 94% of the short-run disequilibrium is corrected within 1 year and indicates very fast adjustment to long-run equilibrium. The diagnostic tests confirm no serial correlation, homoscedastic residuals, and normal distribution, whereas the KUSUM and KUSUM Q plots show parameter stability. So the key conclusion is key policy implications are that the economic growth alone will not fix the health underfunding. The demographic transition is the main fiscal pressure, whereas the infant mortality is a cost driver and not just an outcome. The labor market conditions also matter, and the urbanization raises health expenditure through demand pressures. The economic growth alone cannot fix underfunding, so health financing must be predictable and rule-based, whereas strong focus needs to be on preventive healthcare, demographic planning, employment-linked social protection, as well as urban health policy must strengthen the primary care. These are the contribution of the study. Updated evidence, comprehensive ARDL ECM framework challenges the assumption of growth-led health spending, whereas strong relevance for Indian health policy design. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the last presenter, please?
Next presentation will be of S4023 Vikas Kumar. Vikas Kumar, S4023. S4004 Akanksha Jaiswal. Anyone left for the presentation? Thank you to all the participants for their insightful presentations and meaningful contribution to this technical session. A special note of gratitude to our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Amitabh Upadhyay, as well as our session chairs, Professor Gurjeet Kaur and Professor Manas Pandey, for sharing their valuable perspectives on society development and inclusive growth, and for taking the time to enlighten and inspire us. As we conclude, I would like to inform everyone that we will now move to the valedictory session. This important closing ceremony will include the announcement of Best Paper Awards of each technical session, recognizing outstanding contributions made during the conference. We request all participants to
मैम
stay with us.
एक्सक्यूज मी मैम, क्या आप सुन पा रहे हैं मैम? विकास बात कर रहा हूँ.
Yes, Vikas.
Okay. हाँ मैम, मैम आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
Yes, Vikas.
हाँ मैम, सॉरी थोड़ा सा
Your
टेक्निकल
paper ID
एरर
is
था.
S4023.
या मैम, सॉरी. मैम सुन पा रहे हैं मुझे?
1 minute. Vikas, please wait for a minute.
या मैम.
विकास, आप अपने रिसर्च का जो है मेजर फाइंडिंग्स और जो टाइटल है अलॉन्ग टाइटल एंड फाइंडिंग्स जो है वो आप एक बार बता दीजिए.
हाँ मैम, मैम आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ, प्लीज शेयर
हाँ
योर
मैम.
स्क्रीन
मैम
एंड प्रिसाइज.
मैम स्क्रीन में तो ये थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल एरर आ रहा है मैम, थोड़ा सा.
आप ऐसे ही
सुन पा
बता
रहे हैं?
दीजिए.
Yeah.
There is
हाँ
no
मैम.
issue.
Let him
मेरा
share the
पेपर.
findings.
या मैम, मेरे पेपर का टाइटल है स्वामी विवेकानंद के विचारों के आलोक में युवा सशक्तिकरण एवं एक समकालीन अध्ययन. मैम, युवा किसी भी राष्ट्र की प्रगति और विकास के प्रमुख आधार स्तंभ होते हैं. वे न केवल वर्तमान समाज की ऊर्जा और शक्ति का प्रतिनिधित्व करते हैं, बल्कि भविष्य के निर्माण में भी उनकी भूमिका अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण होती है. आज का युवा वर्ग तेजी से बदलते वैश्विक परिवेश, तकनीकी प्रगति, प्रतिस्पर्धा, बेरोजगारी, नैतिक मूल्यों के क्षरण तथा मानसिक तनाव जैसी अनेक चुनौतियों का सामना कर रहा है. इन परिस्थितियों में युवाओं को सही दिशा, प्रेरणा और मार्गदर्शन की आवश्यकता पहले से अधिक कहीं बढ़ गई है. ऐसे समय में स्वामी विवेकानंद के विचार अत्यंत प्रासंगिक सिद्ध होते हैं. उन्होंने युवाओं को आत्मबल, आत्मविश्वास और आत्म चेतना का संदेश देते हुए स्पष्ट किया है कि प्रत्येक व्यक्ति के भीतर अपार शक्ति निहित है, जिसे पहचान कर वह अपने जीवन को सफल बना सकता है. विवेकानंद के अनुसार शिक्षा का उद्देश्य केवल ज्ञानार्जन नहीं, बल्कि चरित्र निर्माण और व्यक्तित्व का समग्र विकास होना चाहिए. मैं सारांश है कि भारत आज विश्व की सबसे बड़ी युवा जनसंख्या वाला देश है, जहां युवा वर्ग राष्ट्र की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति के रूप में उभर कर सामने आया है. यह जनसंख्या केवल संख्या के रूप में ही महत्वपूर्ण नहीं है, बल्कि अपने भीतर अपार ऊर्जा, नवीन सोच, रचनात्मकता और परिवर्तन की क्षमता भी समाहित किए गए हैं. युवा वर्ग किसी भी समाज में नवाचार, प्रगति और सामाजिक परिवर्तन का प्रमुख भाग होता है. यही कारण है कि किसी भी राष्ट्र के उज्जवल भविष्य का निर्धारण उसके युवाओं की दिशा और दृष्टि पर निर्भर करता है. यदि इस युवा शक्ति को उचित शिक्षा, सकारात्मक मार्गदर्शन और सशक्त अवसर प्रदान किए जाएं, तो यह राष्ट्र निर्माण में अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा सकती है. युवा वर्ग अपने कौशल, ज्ञान और उत्साह के माध्यम से न केवल आर्थिक विकास को गति देता है, बल्कि सामाजिक सुधार, सांस्कृतिक संरक्षण और राष्ट्रीय एकता को भी सुदृढ़ करता है. मैं वर्तमान युवाओं की जो चुनौतियां हैं वो ये हैं. सबसे पहले सबसे प्रमुख चुनौती.
थैंक यू विकास. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू.
We request all participants to kindly stay with us for the valedictory session.
So, Dr. Shivali, thank you very much for carrying out the session very proficiently. May I lead now? And I'm highly
Yes, ma'am.
indebted to Professor Mathur sir for giving me this opportunity to chair the session on social development and inclusion. And thank you very much all the organizing team also for proficiently carrying out the session. Thank you very much. So can I leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all the participants. Thank you.
Yeah, am I audible?
Hello, Namaskar, sir. Yes, sir.
Ankita ji, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay. गेट लो करके आप बैठ जाइए कुछ तकलीफ हाँ आप रह जाइए
Namaskar. Namaskar to all the distinguished dignitaries, respected Chief Guest Dr. Shyam Agarwal ji, Guest of Honor Professor Aman Agarwal ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir Professor T.N. Mathur, respected Professor K. S. Sharma Sir, Director CRIT, and respected Rampal Sir ji, esteemed speakers, faculty members, researchers, and dear participants. A very warm and gracious welcome to each one of you. It is indeed a moment of pride and satisfaction as we gather today for the valediction program of the 2 days online national conference on economic, business, and financial reforms in India, organized by CRIT, IS deemed to be University, Jaipur. Over the past 2 days, this conference has served as a vibrant platform for intellectual exchange, thoughtful deliberations, and meaningful academic engagement. We have witnessed insightful discussions, innovative research, presentations, and diverse perspectives from participants across the country. As the conference convener, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and warm welcome to all the dignitaries, callers, and participants who have contributed to making this conference a grand success. Your presence and active involvement have truly elevated the academic spirit of this event. Now, it is my proud privilege to invite our esteemed chief guest, Dr. Shyam Agarwal ji. Dr. Agarwal is currently serving as a State Joint Treasurer, BJP, Rajasthan, and Vice President of the Rajasthan Chamber of Commerce and India and Industry, reflecting his strong engagement with both public policy and the corporate sector. He is exceptionally accomplished professional with an impressive academic background, holding qualification including FCS, LLM, PhD, MA Economics, and is also a certified insolvency professional. Sir has the rare distinction of being the youngest national president in the history of the Institute of Company Secretaries of India, a testament to his visionary leadership and professional excellence. He has also served as the International Secretary of Corporate Secretariat International Association Hong Kong, contributing at the global level in strengthening corporate governance framework. Dr. Agarwal has been associated with the board of several prestigious government and public sector companies such as Southeastern Coalfield Limited, Indraprasth Gas Limited, and Mayur Uniquoters Limited. His contributions span across critical sectors like coal, gas, manufacturing, and infrastructure, showcasing his multinational expertise. In addition, he has served as a government nominee council member of the Institute of Cost Accountant of India, further reflecting his active role in shaping professional institutions in India. Adding another remarkable feather to his cap, Sir is also a Guinness World Record holder, representing excellence beyond conventional boundaries. Dr. Agarwal's vast experience in law, governance, finance, and policy makes him an inspirational personality and a true thought leader. Sir, we are deeply honored to have you with us today. I humbly request you to kindly deliver the plenary address. Thank you.
Thank you. Namaskar and good afternoon to one and all. So at the outset, thank you so much the opportunity, and I think indeed
Sir, there is some network issue, I
I'm
guess.
privileged for me. It's a privilege for me to be present here at this valedictory session of this national
Shyam Agarwal, sir, there is
financial
some network issue
reforms.
at your end, please. Sir, there is some network issue at your end.
So am I audible now? So
Yes,
give
sir.
me 1 minute. Let me ask my team. 1 minute.
Hmm.
नहीं still हो रहा है ना? Yeah, now am I audible? I think here is pick up na. Yeah, here is everything fine.
Sir, please start.
Now it's okay?
Yes, sir. Actually, your voice was breaking. So now it's
Okay,
perfect.
okay, fine. So, okay, fine. Good afternoon, Ankita ji and all the dignitaries who are here in person. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and indeed, it's a privilege for me to be part of this valedictory session of this national conference that is on the theme economic, business, and financial reforms in India, policy, digitalization, and socio-economic perspectives. So, friends, as Ankita ji was saying, and also I'm told over phone that for the last 2 days, this conference is, I mean to say, created a vibrant academic space where ideas have been exchanged, perspective have been challenged, and knowledge has been enriched, I may say. And for that purpose, I would like to congratulate the organization, and particularly uh, convener Ankita Chaturvedi ji and every participant
Sir, sorry to
for
interrupt
making
you.
this
Please
conference
switch off your
intellectually
camera so
meaningful
that
and
the voice
academically
is clear.
rigorous. Friends, the range complexity of today's economic and policy agents to public health and cultural studies. Okay, now it's fine. Hello, now it's fine, Ankita? Not working. अभी ठीक है, now it's okay. Okay, so sorry for interruption. So, friends, when we speak about the reforms, we should not see them as an isolated policy decisions. In a broader academic sense, reforms are part of a long-term structural transformations. They reshape institutions, redefine governance mechanism, and influence socio-economic outcomes. If in a simple words, I mean to say, its reforms are about improving system so that they work better for society as a whole. Today, India is moving 2047 under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. So this vision is not only about economic growth, but also about building a strong, inclusive, and sustainable nation. It includes improving infrastructure, strengthening the institutions, expanding digital access, and ensuring that development reaches every section of the society. And here, the one of the portion of your this today's discussion is the digitalization. In this transformation, whether it is digital payments, online governance, or data-driven decision making, technology is becoming an important tool for the development. What we call digital public infrastructure is creating new opportunity for inclusion and efficiency. At the same time,
I think there is some issue, network issue at Shyam Agarwal sir end. So thank you very much, sir, for the highly inspiring, insightful address. Now, moving forward, it is my great honor and privilege to invite our esteemed guest of honor, Professor Aman Agarwal ji. Dr. Agarwal is a distinguished professor of finance, Dean International Relations, Director at the International Institute of Finance, Delhi, and also serves as the executive editor of the internationally reputed journal Finance India. He has an exceptional academic background, having studied at prestigious institutions such as the London School of Economics, Columbia University, and at the University of Delhi, with specialization in global finance and derivatives. A globally accomplished academician, he has been honored with the international recognition, including honorary doctorates and the prestigious United Nations I Congo Karamveer Chakra Award for his contribution to academia and society. Dr. Agarwal has delivered keynote addresses and lectures at several international platforms, including global forums and universities across the world, and has participated over 300 conferences internationally. A prolific researcher and thought leader, he has published extensively in reputed journals, and his expert reviews on financial systems and economic policies are widely featured across leading media platforms. Sir, your vast experience and global perspective make it a true privilege for us to have you with us today. I humbly request you to kindly deliver your keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Thank you for that warm address. I would like to check if you're able to see the screen.
Screen is visible.
Yes, sir. Yes. Very well. Thank you. I'd like to thank Dr. Ankita Chaturvedi, Dr. Shyam Agarwal, Professor K.S. Sharma, Dr. Shweta Katsia, and Dr. Aarti Sharma, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, and the other members on the dais and the podium in the room. the chancellors of the university, for an exhaustive and a very interesting seminar which the IIS University has been hosting. I went through the papers and the program which was sent to me 2 days back. It looked very exhaustive, and I'm happy that such deliberations are taking place. Given the timeline which I have been given to speak, I would like to contain in that. I have shared the full presentation with Dr. Chaturvedi, and she's welcome to circulate it amongst friends and faculty and colleagues. With that, I would like to briefly touch upon the topic which is on the conference on, which is economic, financial, and business reforms in India, policy, digitalization, and socio-economic perspective from an India growth story perspective, talking growth from union budget perspective and the reforms which have happened in India, and link it with academics. The views and opinions presented here are those of me and my colleague presented on based on our research works, and do not reflect the views of the institutions I have worked with in the past or I am currently working with. Although the presentation focuses on all these aspects, I will focus more on the section 1 and section 2, which is about the India growth story, the union budget partly because that brings in the reform process which this government has initiated post 2014, which has brought in results as what we are seeing as our fastest growing economy post 2020. Despite COVID, which has shattered world economies globally, India is still growing strong and resilient and growing fast. And finally, concluding this session, given the timeline I have in hand. The India growth story is not that has just come into play, not that only 2014 is what we began with, but India has been progressively working towards the growth structure for centuries now. And the conglomeration, the structure, the work profile, the way women are respected in this country, the women have been growing. I have my 3 generations. My great-grandmother used to work, serve the society. Not that they were outcasted or they were paid less. Equality of pay, equality of structures has been placed in this country. Environment at the epicenter. Talk of one of the largest religions in this country called Hinduism that has all plants and animals being at the center of epicenter of religious beliefs. Now, that is the kind of SDG framework which India began its journey with the erstwhile Hindustan or Bharat, as we used to remember. But this is important to understand that these have been on points of disruptions and uncertain times. And this has happened in the past, and it will happen to continue to happen, which has built the true India, a country which is truly diverse, both in terms of the physical structure, the appearances, the languages, the religions, the cultural, the beliefs. We still coexist in a multicultural, multi-structure growth and induce that growth. All these factors which have been identified, the SDGs in the early 2000s, have been present in India. I have been talking about it. If you look at the poverty index itself, there is a online independent agency out of Netherlands, which is called the Poverty Clock. If you look at the World Poverty Clock, we are one of the very lowest poverty index. The poverty removal has gone very fast. Only about 1.5 to 2% of the total population is in abject poverty. The growth rate under which we are growing would eradicate the abject poverty component in the next 5 to 7 years. That's what the projection is based on real-time data when we live in a world of AI and technology. If we talk of hunger, in India, people die of malnutrition. Yes, we don't have proper health services. Yes, we are not the number 1 in almost all facilities, but we have been doing zero hunger. We don't die of hunger. Person doesn't die because he doesn't get 1 square meal in this country, irrespective of. We are the strongest purchasing power. So all these factors identified by the SDGs have been present in India for a long time. It's a country which exists with disequilibriums and interdependence. And COVID has brought this face in front, where India was providing COVID vaccine to the world at large. We were providing hydrochlorine to one of the largest countries like United States. So it was a country which did not see eye to eye many a times. Countries which did not actually meet with each other's mind, but they were ready to help. A world of disequilibrium brought in by COVID and interdependence was visible. We still exist in a similar structure in this world today. And this is something which the Nobel Prize in 2025, and I'll show you in a few moments from now, clearly shows that is what is they refer to as creative destruction. I think that is something which we have been seeing decades after decades across the globe, and India is a true witness to that kind of a structure. This government has brought in reform processes as destructing structures, whether it is tax reforms, whether it is Jan Dhan framework, whether it is demonetization, whether it is any other component you look at, they have created new structures, new destructions. The new tax law, which is going to be implemented from 1st April 2026, clear indication, simplification of structures. So disequilibrium or destructive structures and interdependence and creativity brings and binds things together, brings in that growth factor, which is important. All economies are perplexed with growth, unemployment, and labor concerns. Irrespective of the developmental levels, whether it is United States, United Kingdom, Europe, Japan, all of these countries even today are perplexed this. Please understand, post-COVID, when countries are going down the drain, India has been the fastest growing economy. There has not been a supply chain disruption. There has not been a row. There has not been a problem of food supply, which has been there. Thanks to the agriculturists of this country, where 66 to 65% of the population still hive itself. If you look at agro industries together, then about 72% of the total population still lives on agriculture and agro-based industries. Now, that has been the backbone of this country, and the fact that we are equitably distributed across the country. It's not like United States, which is tapered on two corners of United States, or like China, which is such a huge country, again tapered towards two regions. Russia, which is tapered in 2, 3, 4 corners, blocks of the whole region. India is spread across, and we have growth components coming from each other. The survival and need for survival has been there. Central banking and market responses have been in tune. We are the first country in the world to launch the digital rupee based on Indian Institute of Finance research work, which was done between 2015 to 2020, based on which the Reserve Bank of India created a first report for digital rupee. And exactly the way we suggested, Arun Jaitley first banned cryptocurrencies of Bitcoins in the union budget, and henceforth the RBI has introduced the digital rupee, exactly the same structure that we suggested in our works between 2015 to 24. Now, this is something which countries like United States, China, various other countries have been wanting to do. Even Venezuela introduced a petrodollar based on our work, but they could not do because they did not have the requisite reserves, which they falsified in terms of declaration, and hence they had to withdraw. So India's digital rupee would be one of the finest innovations in terms of money transfer from one person to the other, like we do cash transfer one to the other. Such a huge community banked without being banked earlier. We could not teach them digital structures, digital revolution. That is something which has brought in. And this is something which is in a form of reforms. When we talk of economic liberalization, we lost our independence for good 200 years in this country on account of trade, capital movement, labor movement, and digital influx. We have again come back to the same situation of having all these movements comfortably happening. Imagine something which is referred to as the mother of all trades, which is done by the EU, recently talks about, for the first time, a trade compact signed by a country and a region talks about labor mobility. We never trade contracts, never talk about labor mobility. The EU trade agreement with India has talked about labor mobility. Secondly, India as an emerging or a developing economy, or we call them an emerging economy, for the first time the world has come forward. EU nations have come forward to talk about doing defense ties with us. Never have defense ties been done. It is not selling their equipments to us. They are going to buy defense equipments from us. I am happy to share, we had a colleague of our Dr. Ms. Pramila Gupta, who was deputed by Ministry of Defense to do a research at the Indian Institute of Finance way back in 2001, 2, and 3. And that report at that time produced clearly told the ministry and the government that they must engage in exports of defense, which was then presented by her to the then Minister of Defense and the Secretary around that time. But the Congress government did not take it up, who was in power at that time. However, this government, and when we released that summary of that report in Finance India, the quarterly journal of finance of the Indian of Finance, it was published in 2012 or 13, after which this government, when it came to power, started exporting defense. And you can imagine the kind of revenue this government is making based on that report, which was produced at the Indian Institute of Finance by one of the defense officers from Government of India. So this is something which is uniquely happening. They're trying to revolutionize, bring in reforms, policy measures, and implement them to the ground level. And I will just show you how it is linked with the theoretical gains through the Nobel Prize. One thing which is very critical in my opinion, I have been talking about it for the last 25 years at almost about all parliaments. I've addressed about 7 parliaments worldwide, globally. And I'm happy to state, I have said this, Chanakya is the real father of economics. Anyone who is a professor of economics or who has studied Adam Smith's work would know that his work is not valid today. But Chanakya's work is even valid today. You only need to replace the king by the president or the prime minister who is the functioning head. Everything else remains the same in this work. And this work is published in multiple languages across the globe and is available. A true field of economics which is talked about. I thought it was very critical for my colleagues and friends across the globe to know, which are coming at the IIS University conference. We live in uncertain times. Life with Corona, Ukraine-Russia war, now this Israel-US-Russia war, tsunamis have happened, natural disasters have happened, digital influx and digital currencies have come into place, reforms have been introduced, and these are something which are making India move forward. I'll just give you a glimpse. If you really look at the last 3,000 years, one after the other, every 100, 200, 300, 400 years, we have had disasters, plagues, which have wiped out whole society, whole structures, but we still exist. The digital platform which we are using today have been in existence for last 25 years. I remember the World Bank tied up with the Indian Institute of Finance to relay the conferences which we were doing on their World Bank network. This was way back in 2001 and 2, where they used to do it through satellite. And then you had IGNU create television, digital structures. But today, any university, any institution can use these platforms which have been in existence for the last 25 years. So technology was there, information was there, but we needed a shift, a push like the COVID gave to introduce them. So life goes on. Despite these plagues and structures, which have some of them are still coexisting, life goes on, work goes on. We are able to disseminate knowledge to millions of people using some of the latest technologies. This is something called disruption. This is something called creative disruption, which the Nobel Prize in 2025 has been given on. We are a growing economy, 7.4% GDP growth rate. I perceive that we will cross even 8% in this quarter to actually meet 7.5% GDP growth for the last financial year. Once the results are announced in another 2 months, you will see that GST reforms, despite the GST bonanza given by the government to induce consumer surplus in September around the time of Deepavali and other festivals, we could see that huge cuts have been taken. Almost 90% of items have had cuts, some of them completely removed. Despite that, we are 2 lakh collections of GST is consistently happening, and it is consistently going up from 0.75 lakhs in the beginning to about 2 lakh crore, 2.5. In fact, going to about 3 lakh crores in due course, which is a huge amount of revenue collection, which makes the power of the government to go forward. Some of the factors which we need to look at, I would only like to point out here that the 5-year rolling plan which we have in this economy, when we develop the structure, is a very critical component. It is something which organizations can do, individuals can do, and even countries can do. One must look at these 5-year rolling plans, even at a university level, at an institutional level, or at a personal level to go forward. These are some of the disruptions which have happened. But despite these disruptions, the economic growth framework in India has been growing up and has been strengthening. Despite this disruption, more strength has been coming forth to go forward. This is a model which we proposed in 2002, where we said binding of technology, environment, and human capital is what are the 3 components which are required to induce sustainable development, which is bounded by finance per se. And that brings in employment, growth, and well-being. And I will just show you last 5 Nobel Prizes and then go to the conclusion given the time frame I have at hand for my address. This Nobel Prize I talked about, creative destruction, is again about nation building and human well-being. I've given you a number of examples in a few moments before how creative destruction works, which the Nobel Prize has been given. If we talk about the one prior to that, in 2024, we saw it was on the building nations and human well-being through institutional framework, how formal institutional framework. This government has worked on strengthening the institutional framework, creating new regulatory framework. In education, can you imagine UGC being disappeared? Can you imagine a new education council being created? Could anyone imagine planning commission going away and creating a Niti Aayog for an implementation framework? No, this is creating those robust. Can you imagine monitoring house building at a village level in the Ministry of Urban Development? They are monitoring everything what is happening visibly. Digitally, it is visible to see what is happening, what is accountability is being induced. That is something which is talking about institutional development. Prior to that, we got the Nobel Prize in Bank Pinaki for banking and financial inclusion. Even in the current budget, although if you look at the last 4 budgets of Government of India, you will see extensive focus have given to the banking framework, the way finances move, the way the immediate settlement. Today, you drop in a check, 24 hours, within the same day, within 2 hours, the target is we are on test run. Another 2-3 months, within 2 hours, you will get the money. Earlier, it used to take 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, despite NEFT being 24/7. A lot of things used to not happen. This budget also, the Minister of Mrs. Nirmala Sitharamanji said, has very clearly said a banking committee would be there to bring in reforms and structures to induce it for the new challenges that the banking has. If you look at the one previous to that, talked about labor markets and human well-being. Again, this is something which we have talked about in our model. These are all things which have been visible, which we wrote way back in 2002, talking at the ground root level about labor market, very critical. Labor is not the labor which we see in the market. Labor is the number of hours we put in, whether it's white collar or blue collar, doesn't make any difference. The one prior to that talked about money, the valuation of money, accounting knowledge, option theory, and the way things work, how we should go about pricing and doing things like that. Abhijit Banerjee got the prize poverty level, lowest level. This government has gone in terms of alleviating poverty, trying to attempt whether it is the Ayushman Bharat structure or whether it is Agnipeeth, whether it is other schemes which this government have introduced. They talk about the grassroots level. They want to look at how can we provide education, healthcare at the grassroots level, which Abhijit and S. Rodolfo talked about in terms of an experimental approach to go forward. This government has adopted that experimental approach in the reform process, which is there. The one prior to that talked about the climate, technology, and economic growth runs. Exactly what we talked about in our model, as I just showed you, where we said the framework is technology, environment, and human capital, which needs to be focused on any institution, any family, any individual, even at an individual level, even at a professor level, even at a student level. If they focus on these 3 components, they will have sustainable development and ultimately employment and growth bounded by finance, which will happen. Lastly, was Richard Thaler, I will go to as a Nobel Prize winner, where he talked about the behavioral economics of nudge theory and mental accountability and choice architecture, which builds and helps us understand how economics grows. Financial development is something which RBI targets now, is targeting both inflation and savings, a work which we did in 2005. Earlier, we used to be savings focused. Then RBI became inflation targeting based on Frederick Mishkin's work way back in 1990. Now it is based on both targeting happening together, where both these forces work against each other. I would like to show this graph before I take the 2 minutes to conclude my address today. This is something where we saw at the Juncker in 2014, when first time India crossed China, and we continue to cross China in terms of a growth factor. This graph in economic survey remains to be of importance, given the fact that the trajectory of growth is not built in a day, but it has had sustained growth. But this government, because of the reform process, policy prescription, effective implementation and accountability, has been able to induce that growth, which we are able to see. And institutions like World Bank, IMF, World Bank is where I have worked way back in 2000, 2002, is the institutions which cannot be influenced talk about the great achievements of this country and give it as an example to the world at large. With this, there are some of the works which I have referred. I would like to move forward to the last component. I will not like to go to the union budget, although the budget talks about transparency, accountability, and sustainability for the last 5 years. India at 100 is what they talk about. We are like this elephant. This is the cover page of Economics, the magazine, almost about 2 decades back, where India is growing like this. We have wings of the jet which fire the engine and take us going forward. India is that wing which is flying forward. With this, I would not like to go forward in this section given the time frame I have at account, and I would like to jump directly to the conclusion. As I said, I'm leaving this presentation with my colleagues here, and they were welcome to distribute. I can also be reached at any point over my mobile or email if anyone has any queries on what they would like. I would like to go directly to the conclusion of my address today, which is on where I talk about the way economies need to work together for sustenance and growth, despite this reform process which has been adopted by this government and is successfully being endured too. So, in conclusion, as I said, disruptions is not something which we need to be scared of. It is something which brings growth and prosperity. Wings of growth are there. The budgets in last 10 years induced the SDG, transparency and accountability. These are wings which have, despite COVID and other disruptions, have brought in digital revolution in agriculture, healthcare, education, jobs, Bharat, post office banking, human capital building, and all spheres of government functioning as well. Focus on macroeconomic-led growth and microeconomic-led inclusive welfare is something which Bharat of tomorrow is looking at in terms of growth. India is going to be and is already a strong growing economy with critical factors like fiscal deficit and inflation under control. Inclusive development is there. And to the critical, the prosperity depends on the women in this country. The women are the key to the success. Women are the custodian of the wealth of knowledge, the religious factors which have held up in this Hindustan or erstwhile Bharat. All these proposals increase employment, income, productivity, global competitiveness, and keep things under control. Visions of jobs, growth, and economic reforms. World economy moving towards new economic order. There is no single power. We saw a period which had two dual powers, US and Russia. Then we saw a singular power for a long time. Today we coexist in a multi-power world where India has emerged as a knowledge center, some other country as a manufacturing, another is a defense, another is a capital hub across the globe, which will balance the power structure and create the multipolar economic globe interdependent on each other. Quote Buddha's 8-path-fold, right views, right speeches, right living, right thought, right decisions, right actions, and right struggles is where right meditation helps in terms of growth. And as I always say, trust and confidence holds the key to the growth and prosperity. Because we have the trust in the government, because we have trust in our institutions, because we have trust in our university, because we have trust in our professors and our students, we will grow. Nothing can stop us from growing. But if this is lost, no family, no structure, no husband-wife relationship, no parenthood or children relationship, no brother-sister relationship can coexist. No country, no prime minister can coexist if trust and confidence is not there. It is one of the most critical components to bring in youth growth and development. With this, I rest my case in theory here, and I would like to thank the university to give me this opportunity to express my views on this pertinent topic which this conference has focused on.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful and enriching keynote address. Your deep analysis on India's growth story, union budget, and financial reforms has truly broadened our perspective and added immense value to this conference. Your intensive insights will certainly inspire future research and academic discussion in this domain. Thank you once again. Now, as we move forward towards reflecting upon the enriching journey of these past 2 days, it is the time to revisit the key highlights and outcomes of this conference. To present a comprehensive summary of the 2-day proceeding, I now invite Dr. Shweta Kastia, Member Secretary CRIT, to present the conference report.
Thank you, Ankita. Respected chief guest, guests of honor, distinguished dignitaries, esteemed speakers, session chairs, participants, and dear delegates. It is my privilege to present the conference report of the 2-day National Conference on Economic, Business, and Financial Reforms in India, Policy, Digitalization, and Socio-Economic Perspectives, organized by Center for Research, Innovation, and Training, IIS deemed to be University, Jaipur, on March 27th and 28th, 2026 in online mode. The conference witnessed the presence of 122 participants from various states of India, including Andhra Pradesh, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Uttarakhand, Gujarat, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, and Rajasthan. The conference included 4 technical sessions covering various themes such as taxation reforms, fiscal policy, corporate governance, digital finance, artificial intelligence, financial markets, sustainability, inclusive growth, and social development. The conference commenced with the inaugural session on 27th March. The welcome address was delivered by Professor T.N. Mathur, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, followed by an overview of the conference by Professor K.S. Sharma, Director, CRIT, IAS University. The inaugural keynote address was delivered by Dr. Sunil Luthra, Bureau Head and Director, AICT, Ministry of Education, Government of India, who emphasized policy reforms and digital transformation in India. The special address was delivered by Dr. Bilal Ahmed, Associate Professor, Bahrain Polytechnic, who highlighted the global perspective of economic reforms. The session concluded with the vote of thanks by Dr. Ankita Chaturvedi, conference convener. The first technical session was on the theme Taxation, Public Policy and Fiscal Reforms. This session was graced by Professor G. Soral, former Professor and Dean Mohan Lal Sukhade University, Udaipur, as the keynote speaker. The session was chaired by Professor Jinendra Kumar Jain, former Professor Dr. Hari Singh Gaud, Central University, Sagar, and Dr. B.L. Gupta from University of Rajasthan, Jaipur. The session witnessed presentations on important topics such as public finance management, GST reforms, corporate governance, agricultural policy reforms, and digitalization in taxation. The discussions highlighted the evolving fiscal framework in India and its socio-economic implications. The theme for technical session 2 was business, finance, and economic transformation. The key address in this session was delivered by Shri Sanjay K. Agarwal, IAS, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. The session was chaired by Professor Mamta Jain, University of Rajasthan, Jaipur, and Professor Yagnesh Dalwadi, Sardar Patel University, Gujarat. This session included insightful research presentations on ESG investing, digital microfinance, infrastructure growth, financial markets, behavioral finance, etc. The session emphasized the dynamic transformation of business and finance in a digital economy. On the second day of the conference, Digital Economy, Technology and Governance was the theme of the technical session 3. This session was graced by Professor K. Iresi, former Dean, Bangalore University, as the keynote speaker. The session was chaired by Professor Sanjay Bhayani, Saurashtra University, Gujarat, and Professor Rajendra Prasad Meena, Central University of Haryana, Mahendragarh. The session focused on cutting-edge topics such as fintech, e-commerce, digital banking, investor behavior, and digital governance. The deliberations highlighted the increasing role of technology in shaping economic and financial systems. The last technical session 4 was on the theme Society, Development and Inclusive Growth. The keynote address was delivered by Dr. Amitabh Upadhyay, Director, Academic Partnerships, GEDU Dubai, UAE. The session was chaired by Professor Gurjeet Kaur, University of Jammu, and Professor Manas Pandey, Veer Bahadur Singh, Purvanchal University, Jaunpur. The session covered themes such as women entrepreneurship, sustainable development, education, public health, tourism, cultural studies, and inclusive growth. The discussions reflected the social dimensions of economic reforms and their impact on society. Across all sessions, total 62 research papers were presented, with 2 best paper presentation awards in each technical session, which will be announced by our CRIT director, Professor K.S. Sharma, after this report. Each session was highly interactive, with valuable inputs from session chairs and engaging discussions among participants. The conference successfully achieved its objectives of fostering research aptitude, promoting academic dynamics, and providing a platform for deliberations on economic, business, and financial reforms in India in the context of policy, digitalization, and socio-economic transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shweta Kastia, for that detailed and well-articulated report highlighting the key outcomes and contributions of the conference. Now comes one of the most awaited moment of the conference, the recognition of academic excellence. I request Professor K. Sharma, Sir, Director, CRIT, to kindly announce the Best Paper Awards.
Hello, hello. Hari. So should I repeat or continue? Continue. So for session third, the best paper award goes to Pritima Singh for her paper An Empirical Analysis of Consumer Knowledge and Perceived Benefits in AI-driven Retail, the mediating role of consumer trust shaping consumer perspective. And the second best paper prize goes to Investment Behavior of Beginner Investors in the Digital Era, a study of awareness, asset allocation, and return expectations. Lastly, for session 4, the best paper award goes to Shreya Bhatnagar and Anima Vesh for their paper Macroeconomic and Demographic Determinants of Public Health Expenditure in India, an econometric analysis. And the second best paper goes to Rupal Gupta and Ruchi Jain for their paper The Interplay of Emotional and Cultural Intelligence in Enhancing this virtual team performance, evidence from the Indian IT sector. So I congratulate all of them, and for those who could not win best paper awards, I congratulate them that their paper will be considered for publication in reputed journals. So thank you very much.
Heartiest congratulations to all the awardees and thank you very much, sir, for the awards. And your exceptional research and contributions have truly added great value to this conference. We also appreciate all the participants for their commensable efforts and scholarly engagement. Now, as we approach the conclusion of this valedictory session, it is to express a sincere gratitude. So now I invite Dr. Aarti Sharma, co-conference convener, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Namaskar. Dr. Shyam Agarwal, Chief Guest, Professor Aman Agarwal, Guest of Honor, Professor K.S. Sharma, Director CRIT, participants and faculty members. It is my proud privilege to extend a formal vote of thanks on behalf of Center for Research, Innovation and Training, IIS deemed to be University, Jaipur, at the valedictory session of this conference. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Shyam Agarwal for his gracious presence and for sharing valuable insights. I would also like to thank Professor Aman Agarwal for so very kindly acceding to our request to deliver the keynote address and enriching our understanding of economic reforms. I extend my sincere thanks to all the resource persons who took time out of their busy schedule to enlighten the participants. I appreciate and thank the participants for their active engagement, which created a stimulating environment. I acknowledge with gratitude all the support and invaluable guidance extended by Professor K.S. Sharma, which has given this two-day event its present shape. I also extend sincere thanks to Professor T.N. Mathur, Honorable Vice Chancellor, for his support and encouragement. My heartfelt thanks are also due to Professor Raki Gupta for her constant motivation. I also convey my thanks to my colleagues and technical staff for their sincere efforts and hard work, without whose team spirit and constant efforts, the smooth conduct of the event would not have been possible. Thank you once again for contributing to this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your heartfelt expression of gratitude. With this, we come to the end of 2 days national conference. These 2 days have been intellectually enriching, collaborative, and truly inspiring. Let us carry forward the ideas, discussions, and connections built here into our future in academic and professional journeys. Before we conclude, a few important announcements. The feedback link has been shared in the chat box as well as on your WhatsApp group. We kindly request all the participants to fill out the feedback form today. The details filled in the feedback form will be used for the certificates. The certificates will be issued within next 7 to 10 days, and we request your patience in this regard. The publication process will begin after the initial review, and the further communication will be shared with you accordingly in April last week. Thank you once again to all our respected dignitaries, speakers, participants, and organizing team members for making this conference a grand success. Stay safe, stay healthy, and continue contributing to the field of economic, business, and financial research. With this, I formally declare the validation session and the two-day national conference as closed. Thank you.